New episodes of Damn Reincarnation are here. Join our Patreon for early access. Since the original creators stopped releasing new chapters, we've continued the series using AI and other sources to keep the story alive. Eugene didn't glance back as he strode out of the shrine. His focus was fixed on Doins, who stood before the statue of Vermouth. "What do I need to do to get out of here?" Eugene asked bluntly. Doins, caught off guard by the sudden question, gave him a confused look. He glanced toward the shrine, where Gilead and Christina were still absent, then returned his attention to Eugene. "What about Sir Hamel's statue?" Doins finally inquired. "There's no point in keeping it here anymore." Eugene replied flatly. "Huh?" Doins froze, unsure of what Eugene meant. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed deeply and relented. "Just keep going straight. That'll lead you outside." Eugene nodded. "Got it. Thanks, I'll head out first." Doins stopped him just as he turned to leave. "Can you at least tell me why you're so upset?" Though Doins had deduced that the coffin lacked their ancestors' remains, he couldn't fully grasp the depth of Eugene's anger. Normally, Eugene might have handled the question with more composure, but his emotions were running far too high. "I don't owe you an explanation, do I?" Eugene retorted sharply. Not waiting for a response, he brushed past Doins and headed through the flower field. Doins blinked in disbelief, then sighed again as he watched Eugene's retreating figure. Eugene felt like absolute garbage. Lately, his life had been filled with situations that left him feeling this way. Like the time in the underground grave in Nahama, when he found Hamel's corpse turned into a death knight. Or when Amelia Merwin had come close to killing him. Or even when the Demon King of Incarceration showed up in person, speaking fondly of Vermouth and mocking Eugene as a stupid lion, revealing he knew about Eugene's reincarnation. But today? Today was a new low. His current mood was worse than any of that, a swirling mix of frustration and fury. Eugene clenched his jaw, biting hard on his lower lip until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Yet even the sharp pain didn't alleviate the festering rage within him. He wanted to sprint into the forest like a lunatic, find some monster or beast, anything, and beat it to death with his bare hands. Would that help ease this suffocating anger? No. He knew better. It wouldn't bring him any satisfaction. At best, it would be a fleeting release. Unless he confronted the source of his anger head on, this storm of emotions wouldn't subside. So he just kept walking. Though his body was 19, his mind carried the wisdom and experiences of his past life. It was that maturity that stopped him from lashing out without reason. Even with his rage boiling over, he forced himself to stay in control. Following Doin's instructions, Eugene soon found himself in the midst of a dark forest after crossing the flower field. A chill wind blew through the trees, and Eugene raised his head to gaze at the heavens. Through the canopy of leaves, the night sky over the Eucalyptus Mountains was on full display, bright and brimming with stars. It was stunning, yet the beauty of the view only emphasized how miserable he felt. Eugene's anger hadn't abated. His chest still heaved with every frustrated breath. Just as he was about to scream, his voice died in his throat, and he muttered instead, "This sucks." Eugene exhaled deeply and glanced at his hands. His fists were caked with blood, both dried and fresh. He peeled away the scabs that had formed, letting the blood drip freely once more. As he continued walking, the sheer number of trees in the forest began to irritate him. Why the hell are there so many damn trees? His frustration boiled over, and he slammed his fist into a nearby trunk. He didn't use mana, just brute force. The tree toppled under the impact. Eugene stared at his aching, bloodied fist before stepping over the fallen trunk and pressing deeper into the woods. Normally, the forest would have been teeming with monsters, but none dared approach him. The oppressive killing intent radiating from Eugene, a product of his previous life as Hamel, kept them at bay. Even the insects had fallen silent under the weight of his presence. Eventually, Eugene stopped and surveyed his surroundings. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of even the faintest chirp of a cricket. Extending his senses, he detected only monsters lurking at a distance, but none posed any immediate threat. After wiping his bloody hands on his cloak, Eugene drew Winid. "Tempest," he called. The wind fell still. As Eugene activated the ring flame formula, he stared at Winid's blade. His voice was low and laced with anger. "I know you're listening. I'm in a mood right now, and I just so happen to be holding a sword that looks pretty easy to break." He leaned closer to the blade, his tone growing sharper. 6 years ago, I didn't have enough mana, so I appreciated Winid's ability to summon spirits. But now, I've built up plenty of mana, and I can manifest sword force without this thing. The wind around him died completely. Eugene ran his blood-stained fingers along Winid's trembling blade. "Winid's a good sword, sure, but right now I feel like crap, and breaking it sounds like fun." A sudden gust of warm wind emanated from Winid as if in response. Eugene smirked coldly. He slammed his fist down on the flat of the blade with a loud clang, cutting off the wind. "I have the Moonlight Sword now, so breaking Winid wouldn't bother me much. Tempest, I know you don't want that though, so you'd better speak up before I count to 3. Raising his fist, flames ignited around it as Eugene began counting. 1, 2, wait. A voice echoed in his mind. A surge of mana erupted from his resonating and rotating cores. 6 years ago, his mana had been completely exhausted after summoning Tempest for just a short time. But that was no longer the case. Eugene felt a brief wave of dizziness, but it was just the sudden drain of mana. He quickly calmed his racing energy and glared down at Winid. Eugene muttered, "You've got to be kidding me. Do I really need to raise my fist to get you to show up? You really are as uncouth as always. The foundations are the same. What else did you expect?" The wind howled around them, trees swaying as if they were about to be uprooted by a storm, and the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Eugene narrowed his eyes, annoyance creeping into his voice. "Do you have to make such a spectacle just to appear for a moment?" "It can't be helped. My presence is just too vast." Tempest's voice rumbled. "A so-called spirit king of wind can't even tame a breeze?" As Eugene raised his fist once more, the swirling winds calmed, and Tempest seemed to pause for a moment. "What in the world is happening?" Tempest asked, letting out a long sigh. Even as the spirit king of wind, Tempest couldn't fully grasp Eugene's situation, especially without having signed a contract with him. And with the summoning catalyst, Winid, placed inside the Cloak of Darkness, Tempest had no clue what had transpired in Vermouth's shrine. "We opened Vermouth's coffin just now," Eugene said bluntly. Tempest fell silent. "There was nothing inside," Eugene continued. "So it's true." Eugene's expression twisted at these somber words. "You were expecting this?" Tempest's voice was low. It was impossible for someone like Vermouth to have died so soon. From what I can tell, even though he still called himself human, Vermouth was beyond the normal limits of life. "Then why did Vermouth fake his death?" "Hamel, I know you've been hoping I would have all the answers, but the truth is, I don't know why Vermouth did what he did." "Stop with the nonsense and just tell me," Eugene snapped. "I swear on my very existence that I don't know why Vermouth made the promise, or why he faked his death, or how he managed to reincarnate you." Eugene gritted his teeth as Tempest's words echoed in his mind. For the Spirit King to swear on its existence, it was serious. And this wasn't just any Spirit King, but the Spirit King of Wind. The only one who truly knew what Vermouth was up to was Vermouth himself. Though perhaps the Demon King of Incarceration might have understood him. Tempest added after a pause. Eugene remained silent, processing the information. Tempest sighed again. However, it seems that Sienna, Mullen, and Anise couldn't understand Vermouth. What I can tell you for sure is that they resented him for it. "Resented him?" Eugene repeated, incredulity in his voice. "Yes, just like how you can't fathom why Vermouth made that promise. They too were puzzled, and in time, they grew to resent his decision. 300 years ago, none of them could accept the arbitrary nature of Vermouth's actions. Eugene clenched his jaw, eyes still locked on Winid. With a soft breeze, Tempest's voice continued. The battle with the Demon King of Incarceration was fierce. The only reason it could even be considered a fight was because Vermouth was there. It wasn't hard to understand what Tempest meant by these words. The Demon King of Incarceration is one of the greatest, ranked second in power. Hamel, you should know that he was such an overwhelming force that the other 3 Demon Kings you fought together couldn't compare. Just as his title suggests, he traps all hope and chances for victory in an eternal abyss. Eugene was silent. Sienna's magic couldn't penetrate the Demon King's defenses. Anice's divine power couldn't dispel his darkness. Mulan's charge couldn't land a blow. Eugene recalled his single encounter with the Demon King of Incarceration in his past life. The oppressive darkness, the rattling chains, and the chilling red eyes. It was nothing like the encounter when the Demon King had arrived at Hamel's grave in Nahama, using the Death Knight as its vessel. Remember to subscribe if you want more episodes. See ya don't wanna be ya. Without Vermouth, Sienna, Anice, and Mullen would have been obliterated in seconds. It was only because of Vermouth that the battle even had a chance. His presence allowed Sienna's magic to breach the Demon King's defenses, Anice's divine power to banish the darkness, and Mulan's charge to strike true. Tempest's voice slowed as he continued, but even that wasn't enough. The battle quickly became a futile struggle because everyone except Vermouth couldn't keep up. If you had been there, Hamel, things might have turned out differently. At these words, Eugene couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You're right, it's all my fault. I did something I didn't need to, and I ended up dying when I shouldn't have. Now look where I am. If I hadn't died back then and had instead taken out the Demon Kings of Incarceration and Destruction, maybe I wouldn't be in this miserable state. Hamel. Tempest's voice interrupted, soft yet firm. The past is gone. It can't be undone. If Vermouth really is behind your reincarnation, then it must have been for a reason. Vermouth's promise to the Demon King of Incarceration was made because he knew he couldn't defeat them with his own power. So, what's that supposed to mean? Eugene asked, his tone filled with frustration. Your comrades couldn't understand Vermouth, and Vermouth didn't care for their understanding. That enigmatic man orchestrated your reincarnation, even at the cost of betraying his comrades, those who had followed him into danger despite not understanding him. The Vermouth I knew was always solitary, right until the end. He never found joy in being hailed as a hero. Those fools, Eugene muttered, glaring up at the night sky. Sienna had turned out the same way. From what Mare had told him, Sienna had lived alone, never seeking love, never married, and never partaking in the world outside her studies. She had buried herself in witchcraft, never letting herself experience any true joy. The promise he made with the Demon King of Incarceration, and the fact that the Demon King knows about your reincarnation, there must have been a reason that left Vermouth with no choice but to do this. Hamel, the fact that you feel betrayed by Vermouth is... It's not just betrayal. Eugene muttered as he lowered Winid. This is... something deeper? Yeah, it's betrayal, but not just that. Like you said, that guy was an enigma. We could never fully understand what was going on in his head. But even so, it wasn't enough of a reason. No matter how important his mission was, we traveled the world together, fought side by side. We carved our way through Helmuth. And we even managed to take down 3 Demon Kings together. Eugene's voice quivered as he went on. There was no reason for me to die in Vermouth's place. Even if I hadn't pushed him aside, Vermouth wouldn't have been in any real danger. But I still died for him. Because back then, I thought dying like that was the most honorable death I could have. Before his chest was pierced, Hamel's body had already been on the brink of collapse. If he had tried to continue on with them, he would have just been a burden. Everyone begged him to retreat and recover, but Hamel had refused. He knew, even if he went back, there was no fixing the broken body he was trapped in. And so, Hamel willingly stepped into the line of fire, taking that final blow meant for Vermouth. He had convinced himself that dying this way was the greatest honor, dying for a hero, for Vermouth, for his comrade. But looking back, it was nothing more than foolish, self-imposed satisfaction. It wasn't just me. Anyone there would have done the same to save Vermouth, Eugene confessed, his voice shaking. Because, as we traveled deeper into our journey, we all came to the same conclusion. Even I, someone as prideful and stubborn as I was, understood it. If it came down to it, Vermouth had to survive at all costs, even if it meant losing everyone else. As long as Vermouth was still alive, there was still hope. His fingers slackened around Winid as Eugene continued. Tempest, if Sienna, Anise, and Molan truly resented Vermouth, it wasn't because of some arbitrary choices he made. It was because they blamed themselves. They saw their own weaknesses as chains holding Vermouth back. The people I knew, they were the kind to turn their anger inward, cursing their own shortcomings. And maybe, in their darkest moments, they cursed Vermouth for not letting them go when he should have. Eugene stood motionless, his fingers digging into his palms as Tempest's words echoed in his mind. Vermouth hadn't made his choice for the world, nor for glory. He had done it for them, for the comrades who had fought beside him, who had trusted him with their lives. He had done it to save Hamel, to reclaim a soul that should have been lost forever. Betrayal, anger, grief. The emotions twisted inside Eugene, but even through the storm raging within him, he remembered. Their first victory against a demon king. "We really did it! Hamel, you idiot! We killed a demon king!" Eugene could still hear Sienna's voice, sharp with exhaustion, yet bursting with triumph. Molan, grinning through bloodied teeth, had declared, "This battle will be remembered forever." Anise had barely managed to stay on her feet, her prayers faltering between ragged breaths. And Vermouth had stood apart from them, gripping the holy sword, his figure illuminated by its golden glow. He had turned to them, not as the revered hero, but simply as their comrade. "It wasn't just me," he had said, his voice steadier than any of theirs. "We won this together." Even back then, he had carried them. Eugene exhaled sharply, gripping Winnie tighter. He had always known the truth, but accepting it was something else entirely. "You never know, Hamel. Maybe Vermouth is still alive," Tempest murmured. "If that's true," Eugene muttered, his voice low and cold, "then I'll kill him myself." A gust of wind swept through the trees as Tempest spoke again, his tone shifting. "The mission we couldn't finish 300 years ago. Now, we can." Eugene scoffed. "You sure like to talk. You weren't strong enough 6 years ago, but now you are. Together, we can conquer the devildom in the north, the one even Vermouth couldn't defeat." "Enough," Eugene cut in, his cloak billowing as he turned. "I'll go, but on my terms." A moment of silence stretched between them before Tempest chuckled softly. "Very well, Hamel. No, Eugene Lionheart. From this day forward, I will be the tailwind that drives you forward and the storm that shields you from your enemies." Eugene smirked. "Then, at least try to use less of my mana while you're at it." "That is unavoidable. Manifesting a spirit king requires a lot of energy." "I get it. Just go back already." The wind died down as Tempest's presence faded into the background. Eugene tucked Winid into his cloak and took a deep breath, his path clearer than before. Yet the weight of what lay ahead still pressing down on him. After pouring a potion onto his hand, Eugene wrapped a bandage around it. If he wanted to return to the castle, he needed to climb back up the steep cliff with his hand like this, but that didn't prove too difficult for Eugene. After climbing up the cliff, as he headed towards the castle, he ran into Ciel on the way there. "What's with your hand?" Ciel yelped with an alarmed expression and ran over to Eugene. She took Eugene's hand that was wrapped in bandages and gently touched the back of his hand. "Did you get into a fight with someone?" Ciel asked. Eugene raised an eyebrow. Who would I fight with? With my father? CL hesitantly proposed. Do you think I'm crazy? Eugene let out a snort and tried to pull his hand free, but CL refused to let go. With a look of incredulity on her face, she glanced down at the blood-stained bandages and asked, Then, did you get into a fight with the council head? Eugene sighed. Do I really need to have gotten into a fight if my hand is bleeding? Then why are you bleeding? It just happened somehow. The truth was that he had clenched his fist too tightly, and then he had smashed it into a tree in a fit of rage, so he definitely couldn't tell her why he was really bleeding. With Eugene refusing to say anything, CL also stopped asking about it. Taking a deep breath, CL unwrapped the bandages around Eugene's hand. Thanks to the potion, blood had stopped flowing from the wounds, and it was already starting to heal. To Eugene, this meant that it was but a scratch. However, CL's reaction was different. Seeing the wounds that were left on his hands, she made a guess as to how they had appeared. She spotted the nail marks deeply embedded in the palm of his hand, as well as his split open knuckles. Why did you get so angry? CL asked after she put the clues together. Do I really have to answer that? Eugene dodged the question. If you don't want to answer, then you don't have to. And even if I do beg you, when have you ever said something that you didn't want to say? CL complained. Eugene laughed instead of replying. CL glanced up at Eugene with an annoyed look in her eyes, and then took out a small first aid kit from a pocket. Just leave it. It'll be fine by tomorrow, Eugene told her. Yeah, that sounds about right, CL reluctantly acknowledged. Ever since we were young, you've always been strangely quick to recover. Did you know? There was a time when my brother and I seriously suspected that you might be half troll. I don't really mind, but don't you think that you were being too rude to my father? From what Eugene could recall, his mother had been a perfectly normal human being. She had passed away before Eugene could even take his first steps, so he had no memories of her, but she definitely wasn't a troll. Well, we were at a young age, so it's not surprising that we came up with one or two nonsensical ideas, CL admitted as she squeezed a generous amount of ointment onto her fingertip and began rubbing it into Eugene's wounds. In any case, aren't you going to tell me what happened? I don't want to talk about it, and it's not something that I can reveal to you without getting permission, Eugene confessed. Then it can't be helped. CL easily conceded. Anything related to their ancestor's tomb had to be kept a secret. Whatever had happened there, CL didn't have the authority to hear about it. After CL was done smearing ointment onto his hand, Eugene pulled his hand free. It was Eugene's turn to question CL. It's already so late at night, so what are you doing here? Just taking a walk, CL answered blithely. All right, you can continue your walk. I'm heading in and getting some sleep. CL's lips stuck out in a pout. Naturally, the walk was just an excuse. Since Christina had dragged Eugene out somewhere, she was just wandering around outside the castle, trying to find out what was going on. Normally, she would have clamped down doggedly and stuck to him until she got an answer. But now, CL didn't dare to do so. For some reason, she felt like tonight's Eugene was a lot taller than he usually was. As such, CL smiled softly and waved Eugene away with a good night. Eugene smirked at her disingenuous consideration and walked past CL. He was soon met with another interrogation. Where are you just getting back from? Sion, who had woken up from his nap, was out in the gymnasium. Seeing how he was sweating profusely, it looked like Sion was training diligently, following the instructions in the book that Eugene had given him. Ordinarily, Eugene would have been pleased to see this and might have given him some advice, but tonight, he just patted Sion on the shoulder a couple of times and walked past. What's with that bastard? Sion cursed with a disgusted expression on his face, but just like CL, he didn't persist in looking for an answer. Instead, he just tilted his head and stared at Eugene's back with concerned eyes as the latter entered the castle. Without even washing up, Eugene returned to his room. After casually tossing the cloak of darkness aside, he sat down on his bed and lost himself in thought for a few moments. Not just yet, he reminded himself. The Devildom in the north, otherwise known as Helmuth. Tempest wanted him to conquer it. That was what Eugene wanted as well. However, no matter how ardently the wind blew in support, impossible things were still impossible. Even if Eugene gave it his all, as he was right now, it was still impossible for him to even kill Amelia Merwin. Setting aside his pride and other such, Eugene was sure of this fact. That said, it's also impossible for me to creep into Helmuth and slowly try to increase my strength that way, because there's more than 1 or 2 bastards currently eyeing me. Balzac Ludbeth had given him a warning. There were far too many demon folk in Helmuth, and the Demon King of Incarceration wasn't the only Demon King lurking there. There was still the Demon King of Destruction to be wary of, and even the Demon King of Incarceration couldn't be completely confident in controlling all those who served him. But that wasn't all, was it? There were plenty of other high-ranking demons in Helmuth who wanted to rise to the throne of Demon King. For them, a Lionheart clan's stray lion cub was sure to be attractive prey. He was confident that he would be able to protect himself from most dangers. However, the dangers that he might face in Helmuth would be far beyond the bounds of ordinary danger. Even back then, 300 years ago, it had still been such a terrible place. Even as Hamel, Eugene raised his hand that had been smeared all over with ointment. I need to surpass my old self. 300 years was a very long period of time. While Hamel was considered dead, the demon folk of Helmuth were sure to have gotten even stronger. But I can't do it alone. He needed Sienna. Eugene took out the leaves of the world tree that he kept in one of his pockets. The next morning, Eugene draped his cloak over his shoulders. He was feeling pretty refreshed. He hadn't had any dreams and had slept soundly. Now he was just hungry. Looks like it's all better, Eugene said with a smirk as he glanced down at his unmarked hand. He roughly groomed his stray bed hair and then left his bedroom. A servant was waiting outside for him. Young Master Eugene, breakfast is... Don't need it? Eugene interrupted the man. Without stopping, Eugene walked down the hallway, only for the servant to keep following him. There are guests waiting for you on the lower floor, the servant informed him. I know, Eugene replied with a laugh. He headed down to the first floor and kicked open the door to the drawing room. Someone asked him as soon as he entered, "Did you sleep well?" Like he had expected, one of the guests was Christina Rogeris. Gilead and Doynes were also waiting inside the drawing room with her. After Eugene bowed his head towards them, he sat down opposite Christina. Didn't I already tell you that I wouldn't become something like a hero? Eugene reminded her. Christina lifted her teacup with a serene smile. The divine revelation has given me this mission, to support you. No matter what your plans may be, Sir Eugene, as the saint, I must accompany you. Eugene, tilting his head slightly, didn't seem thrilled by the idea. There's no way around this. I'm not really interested in recognition or titles. I'd much rather have something of actual value. Doesn't the Holy Empire have anything worthwhile to offer? Christina arched a brow. Is the Holy Sword not enough? That already belongs to the Lionheart clan, Eugene countered. Technically, it's still the property of the Holy Empire. The Lionheart clan is only safeguarding it. However, since the God of Light has acknowledged you, there should be no issue with you claiming it as its rightful master. She took another sip of tea before continuing. Just like the Great Vermouth did. Eugene remained unimpressed. I'm asking if there's anything else besides the Holy Sword. With a patient sigh, Christina reminded him, as I mentioned yesterday, while the Holy Empire recognizes you as the next hero, they cannot publicly declare it just yet, for your own safety. Eugene knew this wasn't unreasonable. Even Vermouth, after being declared a hero, had to endure countless complications once he was recognized as the Holy Sword's master. However, Christina added, if you come with me to the Holy Empire, I'm certain the Pope, God's representative, will grant you whatever you desire. Eugene considered this for a moment before casually grabbing one of the cookies on the table. Fine, I won't ask for anything else. But tell me, Lady Christina, how useful are you? Christina blinked, caught off guard. Pardon? I mean, what can you actually do? Eugene clarified. You're a saint candidate and even made it to auxiliary bishop, so you must be pretty skilled in holy magic, right? How powerful are you? Christina hesitated briefly, but then lifted a finger in response. Without any visible effort, the cookie Eugene held in his hand transformed into a loaf of bread. As a saint, I should at least be capable of performing miracles at this level, she said with quiet pride. Eugene, however, wasn't impressed. That's pretty useless. Christina frowned. I can also turn water into wine, but it's not real alcohol, is it? Eugene shot back. Just like this bread, it's just a superficial change. It won't be as filling as actual bread. Anise had been able to perform similar miracles with ease. Without her abilities, they wouldn't have survived in Helmuth, where demonic beasts roamed and drinking water was often contaminated. But as Eugene pointed out, these miracles had their limits. If there were no cookies to begin with, you couldn't turn them into bread. And Anise, who constantly drank what she called holy water, never touched the wine she created because it couldn't actually get her drunk. Eugene pressed further. Can you reattach a severed limb? Christina hesitated. Can you regenerate lost blood? She remained silent. What about restoring a crushed eyeball? That's impossible, she admitted. For the first time, Christina's confidence wavered. The things Eugene was describing weren't just difficult, they were true miracles, the kind only one person in history had ever achieved. Faithful Anise, who had traveled alongside Vermouth. Right now, I can't perform miracles on the same level as Lady Anise, Christina admitted, but I was chosen as the saint. One day, I will reach her level. Eugene wasn't convinced. We'll see. Anise had been one of a kind. Christina, by comparison, felt underwhelming. Still, for someone like Eugene, who had no ability to use healing magic, having her around wasn't the worst outcome. At the very least, she could help treat wounds, and that alone made her worth keeping around. Eugene finally turned his gaze toward Gilead and Doynes. Lord Patriarch. The two had entered without knocking, but Eugene had simply ignored them, continuing his conversation with Christina as if they were part of the background. Surprisingly, neither seemed particularly offended. While they could have reprimanded him for his lack of respect, neither had any interest in making a scene over it. At least, that's what Gilead thought. Eugene had always been free-spirited since childhood, and now, with a saint personally declaring him a hero, it was understandable if he wasn't in the best mood. Without hesitation, Eugene got to the point. About the holy sword in the treasure vault. Would it be all right if I borrowed it for a while? Gilead paused, polishing his teacup as he weighed his response. There was still much uncertainty surrounding this entire situation. The biggest issue was the Great Vermouth's tomb, specifically the fact that their ancestors' remains were missing. Gilead and Doynes had been discussing it late into the morning. For now, only the two of them and Eugene knew the truth. The other elders couldn't be informed, not yet. The facts were murky, but some things were undeniable. The state funeral had been a lie. Their ancestor had faked his death and vanished. His reasons, lost to time, were impossible to determine. Yet, in the 3 centuries since, Vermouth had never resurfaced. For the Lionheart clan, this was both unsettling and oddly reassuring. And now, for the first time in 300 years, the Holy Empire had acknowledged a new hero. The Holy Sword, though held by the Lionheart clan, originally belonged to the Holy Empire. The clan had used it as a symbol, but no one had been able to wield it properly since their ancestor. While the Patriarch could draw the sword, it had never radiated the divine light described in legends. Doynes smirked. You don't want to be a hero, but you still want the Holy Sword? The vault's treasures belonged to the main family, but even the Patriarch couldn't use them at will. Items of great significance, like the Holy Sword, required the council's approval. Eugene sighed. I'd rather die than be called a hero, but since the saint over there insists on it, what can I do? Besides, just because people call me a hero doesn't mean I have to act like one right away. I don't plan on following in our ancestors' footsteps. He shrugged. And if the saint tries to push me into doing something heroic, she's out of luck. Not sure if you've heard, but I decide what I do, no one else. Doins narrowed his eyes. Even if it goes against the family's wishes? Yes. Eugene didn't hesitate. I won't disgrace the family, and I won't do anything that damages its prestige. That should be enough for you. Doin studied him for a moment before nodding. I'm not a believer in the God of Light, but I can't ignore a God's decree. If the divine will has named you a hero, there must be a reason. As the head of the council, I will respect your choices, so long as you remain faithful to the Lionheart name. Follow in your ancestors' footsteps without tarnishing them, and the clan will support you. It was both a declaration of support and a warning. The clan wouldn't interfere, unless he took things too far. Eugene chuckled. Understood. Doins gave him a long look. Eugene remained unfazed, his confidence unwavering. Eventually, Doins nodded. Normally, this would require discussion with the elders, he admitted, but it seems that's not an option in this case. So for the next month, let's just say the council will turn a blind eye. Gilead smirked at the implication before turning to Eugene. If you need anything else, just let me know. As patriarch, I'll open the vault for you. The holy sword is yours to take. Is it okay if I take some other things as well? Eugene asked, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Since I'm just going to borrow them, I would also like to take some of the other weapons that our ancestor used. Ha 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 ha. Doins burst into laughter, unable to hold it in any longer. He stared at Eugene as he pounded his knee in amusement. Kid, you really are greedy. Well, it's not like they get many chances to be seen outside the treasure vault in the first place, do they? Eugene argued. All the treasures in the vault belong to the main family. Although they might not be in use because there isn't currently a need for them, there's no guarantee that a need for them won't arise in the future, Doins argued back. But I'm not saying that I want to take everything. I just want to borrow the weapons used by our ancestor. In any case, don't they all get to choose their rightful owner? Eugene shot back. The demonic spear. Luentos was currently with Doins. Dominic had the annihilation hammer, and even Gilead had a sword that had been used by Vermouth. Patriarch, what do you think? After Doins silently stared at Eugene for a few moments, he turned to speak to Gilead. Although the question was sudden, Gilead wasn't panicked by it, and he rubbed his chin for a few moments as he thought about it. He was considering his other children. Eward couldn't claim anything, but once they had become adults, Cyan and Ciel would also be given the chance to enter the treasure vault and pick a weapon. The Phantom Rainsword should go to Ciel, and I think that Gaydon's shield would be a good fit for Cyan, Gilead proposed. If that's the case, then I'll take the Holy Sword, the Devouring Sword Asfel, the Thunderbolt Pernoa, and the Dragon Spear Carbos. This way, I'm only borrowing 4 of the weapons. Eugene readily accepted the deal. Even Eugene agreed the Phantom Rainsword matched well with Ciel. It would take a long time for her to get used to it, but as long as she could get a good handle on it, it would be a good fit for Ciel's swordsmanship. Though Gaydon's shield is a bit unexpected for Cyan. Whenever they sparred, Cyan didn't use a shield. Of course, this didn't mean that Cyan was unfamiliar with how to use a shield. This was largely Eugene's influence. The image of Eugene skillfully wielding a sword and shield as he tore a minotaur into pieces had been indelibly engraved within Cyan's mind. Eugene felt like it would be quite a viable fighting style if Cyan had Gaydon's shield on his left arm. Once he got good at parrying, Cyan's defense would be impervious to just about any attack. I'm not sure about anything else, but I need Asfel at the very least. The Moonlight Sword was the Moonlight Sword, but if he wanted to be able to summon Tempest properly, then he needed to save enormous amounts of mana. If he used Asfel along with the Ring Flame formula, he would be less likely to suffer from mana depletion. Those 3 weapons are extremely difficult to use, which is why they aren't often seen outside the treasure vault, Doins advised Gilead. If it's Eugene, then I'm sure that he'll be able to handle Asfel well. He's also good at wielding various different weapons, so he'll be sure to wield the Thunderbolt and the Dragon Spear most skillfully. Gilead confidently stated his support for Eugene. Doins rubbed his chin for a few seconds as he pondered his concerns. If that's what the Patriarch wills, then I too will give my approval for it. However, those are all valuable weapons, so he needs to take the appropriate care when handling them. Of course I will, Eugene said, nodding and smiling brightly. Can I go and pick them up immediately? You mean right away? Doins asked doubtfully. With the coming-of-age ceremony over, Eugene saw no reason to linger at Black Lion Castle. Since the ceremony is finished, is there any other reason for me to stay here? He asked. Doins hesitated before turning to Gilead. Technically, yes. But in order to open the treasure vault, the Patriarch must be present. He still has important matters to discuss before he can leave. Eugene shrugged. If that's the case, then I guess it can't be helped. Also, Doins added, while the test is over, the coming-of-age ceremony itself hasn't been completed yet. The formal event in the Grand Hall takes place tomorrow. If you want to leave as soon as possible, you'll need to wait at least 2 more days. Is there anything I need to do to prepare? Eugene asked. Doins considered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps take a bath? Eugene grinned, baring his teeth. I do that every day. Doins smirked at his cheeky response. Once you leave, will you be staying at the main estate? Nope, Eugene answered without hesitation. At that moment, Christina remained fixated on the loaf of bread Eugene had set down earlier. He glanced at her before continuing. Since the saint has decided to accompany me, I plan to take a short trip. A trip? Doins repeated. Where to? The Samar Forest. Christina gasped, turning to Eugene with alarm. I've heard rumors that Lady Sienna may have gone into seclusion there. Are you really planning to seek her out, Sir Eugene? Eugene nodded. I am her disciple, after all. It only makes sense. Then, tilting his head slightly, he asked, Has the God of Light given you any revelations about Lady Sienna? Christina's lips tightened. No such revelation has been received. What about Lady Anise? The priests and former saints have long prayed for a revelation about Lady Anise's whereabouts, but there has never been an answer. Eugene smirked. What about the message I sent him yesterday? Any response? Christina's face twitched as she struggled to maintain her composure. Your words are truly outrageous. Eugene simply laughed and sipped his tea, amused by her reaction. Are you seriously planning to go without an escort? When Eugene revealed his plans to travel south, Genos didn't even bother asking why. His first concern was the lack of protection. After all, this was the Samar rainforest, the largest jungle on the continent, rivaling the entire Keel Empire in sheer size. Countless tribes lived deep within its vast, uncharted territory, each maintaining its own customs and way of life. For centuries, Keel had attempted to bring Samar under its control through negotiations, and when diplomacy failed, through force. Yet, time and time again, these efforts had met with failure. The jungle was simply too vast, its people too numerous, and its terrain too treacherous for any true conquest. The indigenous tribes had lived in the rainforest for generations, shaping their own unique civilizations. Their culture revolved around witchcraft, spirits, and specialized combat techniques suited to the dense jungle environment. Even more astonishingly, they had developed the ability to tame and raise monsters as livestock, an art unknown to the outside world. Traveling through Samar was no ordinary journey, and Eugene planned to enter it without an escort. The Samar rainforest was divided into dozens of tribal states, each with its own governance. However, when faced with external threats, especially from the Keel Empire, these tribes would unite under a single coalition, known simply as the Samar, to resist any attempts at conquest. Yet Kiel was an empire. If it truly wished, it had the power to overrun Samar at any time. The real obstacle preventing such an invasion wasn't the resistance of the tribes. It was Helmuth. Helmuth positioned itself as the protector of Samar's independence, claiming to champion the cause of freedom. But their motivations weren't entirely altruistic. For the past 300 years, Helmuth had been working to reshape its reputation on the continent. They provided aid to war-torn nations, welcomed human immigrants, allowed the Holy Empire to establish a diocese within their borders, and even tolerated the anti-demon alliance's continued military presence along their frontier. Despite these efforts, most nations remained wary of Helmuth, and for good reason. Demon kings, demon folk, and demonic beasts were still too dangerous to trust. Regardless, Samar was a vast expanse, nearly the size of the entire Kiel Empire. By protecting it, Helmuth had earned the loyalty of the forest tribes. Meanwhile, other nations discreetly supported Helmuth's stance, preferring to keep Samar out of Kiel's hands. If Kiel expanded further, its dominance over the continent would only grow. As a result, even an empire as powerful as Kiel couldn't afford to launch a large-scale military campaign into Samar, not without provoking Helmuth's intervention. That place is far too dangerous, Janos warned. He knew firsthand how unpredictable the tribes of the Samar rainforest could be. The Yuklas Mountains, where Black Lion Castle was located, bordered Samar to the south. While the tribes had been relatively peaceful in recent years, history told a different story. In the past, Samar's warriors had repeatedly crossed the Yuklas Mountains to raid Kiel's lands. Because of this, the knights stationed at Black Lion Castle remained ever vigilant. Though sworn to the Lionheart clan, they also operated with Kiel's approval, acting as a defense force against potential threats from the rainforest. It's also an incredibly inconvenient place to travel to, Janos added, hoping to dissuade Eugene. There are no warp gates, no real cities even. Eugene scoffed. You're exaggerating. People live there, so of course there are cities. Janos sighed. Not cities like the ones you're used to, senior brother. Can you really call it a city when it's just a cluster of one-story buildings crammed together with dirt roads that aren't even properly paved? Eugene shrugged. Anywhere with a lot of people can be called a city. Janos wasn't convinced. They don't even have running water in the toilets. So what? Eugene countered. That just makes it more eco-friendly and charming. Janos let out a long sigh. I'm trying to tell you that, if at all possible, you shouldn't go there. Surviving in Samar doesn't just require skill. You need luck as well. Eugene smirked. That just means if you're skilled enough, you won't need luck. Janos hesitated. Let's be honest, junior brother. Eugene interrupted. You don't think my skills are enough to survive in Samar, do you? Janos frowned, but said nothing. He wasn't about to directly insult his senior brother's pride. Still, his concern remained. Eugene was only 19. No matter how talented he was, no matter how much skill he had displayed during his match with Carmen, the Samar rainforest was an entirely different kind of danger. Some people actively sought out such danger, treating it as an exhilarating experience. Every year, wealthy merchants and nobles would spend fortunes hiring escorts and guides to take them into the jungle. And every year, some of them never returned. If they were lucky, they came back after paying a hefty ransom. If they weren't, their bodies were never found. I was already warned not to go, Eugene admitted. When he first brought up the idea, Gilead had immediately objected. No matter the reason, he refused to allow Eugene, his adopted son, to enter such a dangerous place. Surprisingly, Doins hadn't been as strongly opposed. In a few months, Eugene would officially become an adult, meaning he wouldn't need parental permission to make his own choices. However, Doins did raise concerns about the weapons Eugene planned to borrow. In the midst of this debate, it was Christina who had spoken up in Eugene's favor. She assured Gilead that if she accompanied Eugene as a saint, then God's blessing would surely be with them. "Junior brother, I'm not reckless," Eugene stated firmly. "I'm not going there without reason. I need to, and I know I can protect myself." Genos exhaled, still uncertain. "I heard you've reached the 4th star of the White Flame formula." Eugene smirked. "I have. No one in the history of the main family has reached the 4th star at your age," Genos admitted. "I'm pretty amazing," Eugene said, not bothering to hide his arrogance. "And on top of that, I've learned magic." Genos considered this for a moment before making an offer. "Would you be willing to prove just how skilled you are, senior brother?" Eugene raised an eyebrow. "And if you think I'm not strong enough, then I will stop you from going to Samar." Genos' tone was serious. Eugene burst into laughter before rising from his seat. "Well now, if I refuse, I have a feeling my junior brother here won't be able to respect me properly. In that case, it can't be helped. Let's do this." "Let's head to the gymnasium first," Genos suggested. "Even if it's just a spar, we need an impartial observer. I'll find one and meet you there." It was clear Genos was making sure Eugene couldn't back out of their deal. Eugene chuckled and nodded. "As your senior brother, I wouldn't go back on my word." "It's just better to be sure," Genos replied, his tone evasive. Shortly after, the gymnasium filled with spectators. Led by Doins, the elders had gathered, along with Patriarch Gilead and even the captains of the Knights of the Black Lion. Seeing the growing crowd, Eugene let out a low whistle. "Isn't this a bit much for just an observer group?" he remarked. It seemed word had spread quickly. Eugene had initially left out Genos' title of junior brother, but with so many people present, formality didn't seem to matter anymore. Genos, meanwhile, stripped off his dress shirt and tossed it aside. "I only asked the Patriarch to oversee the match," he admitted. "But once people heard that we were going to spar, it seems they couldn't help but show up, Eugene." It wasn't surprising. Genos Lionheart was one of the strongest warriors among the Knights of the Black Lion, standing alongside figures like Dominic and Carmen. And then there was Eugene, born from a collateral branch, but adopted into the main family due to his unparalleled talent. In many ways, he was rewriting the history of the Lionheart clan. "Let's use wooden swords instead of live blades," Genos suggested. Eugene raised an eyebrow. "What about sword force? If we're limiting ourselves to wooden swords, using sword force would defeat the purpose," Genos reasoned. "It'll be safer if we restrict mana use to reinforcing our bodies." Eugene nodded and picked up his own wooden sword. Even without real blades or sword force, their strength alone was enough to break bones. And with mana reinforcement, the stakes only grew higher. To prevent serious injury, both fighters activated mana shields. The rule was simple. The moment one of their shields was breached and an injury was sustained, the match would be decided. "What about magic?" Eugene asked. "If you need to use it, go ahead," Genos allowed. Eugene smirked. "Since I doubt Sir Genos is here to test my magic skills, I'll keep my spells out of this." Genos didn't respond. Instead, he tightened his grip on his wooden sword and took a step back, preparing for the duel. Meanwhile, Dominic, who had been watching intently, turned to Carmen. "Sir Carmen," he said, stroking his chin, "you fought both Genos and Eugene. What do you think of this match?" Carmen, chewing on the end of an unlit cigar, took a moment before answering. "They're similar," she muttered. Then, exhaling slowly, she held the cigar between her fingers and crossed her arms. "If you take magic out of the equation, Eugene shouldn't be able to match Genos. At least, that's how it should be. But honestly, I'm not sure." Dominic frowned. "You're not sure?" "Genos can't go all out," Carmen explained. "This is just a spar, and he can't risk crippling or killing his opponent, especially when that opponent is a direct heir of the main family." She didn't know how the duel would unfold, but she had a strange feeling, something she couldn't quite put into words. Genos was a master of parrying, a technique that could divert any attack, and it was arguably his greatest strength. However, Eugene had a similar skill. In fact, their techniques were so alike that Carmen had briefly suspected Eugene had been trained by Janos or was even his disciple. But something felt off. In terms of finesse, Carmen hesitated. It seemed absurd, but after facing them both, she realized Eugene's execution was far more refined than Janos's. When she had sparred with Eugene, she hadn't held back. Though she hadn't used her full strength, her blows had been powerful enough that a 19-year-old shouldn't have been able to withstand them. She had expected to end the match in under a minute. Yet, even after 3 minutes, she hadn't been able to land a decisive hit. No, it wasn't just that. She hadn't even been able to pressure him. Eugene's mana control had been precise to the point of absurdity, allowing him to deflect every attack. His technique surpassed even Janos's. "Come on then," Janos said, conceding the first strike. Though Eugene was his distant senior by bloodline, giving him the first move was still a reasonable gesture. Eugene smirked, settling into his stance. "That's fine by me. I've been meaning to take a closer look at it." The so-called Hamel style, a technique Vermouth, that bastard, had refined and passed down, was something Eugene had studied after reading the notes Janos had written for him. Not that he needed them. He was already familiar with the technique. After all, it was based on the moves he himself had used, albeit in his younger, more reckless days. In terms of technique, I'm better. Eugene assessed the situation calmly. "I've already broken down and corrected the Hamel style, but Janos has spent decades practicing the flawed version. He won't be able to adapt to the corrections so quickly, and even if he did, it wouldn't change the outcome." The Hamel style was still based on Eugene's own techniques. That meant under normal circumstances, there was no way Eugene could lose. Janos likely understood this, yet he had still proposed the spar. He wasn't just testing Eugene's technique. He wanted to see the extent of his abilities beyond it. And perhaps if Janos could defeat Eugene while using the same style, he could prove that experience outweighed talent. What neither of them acknowledged out loud was that this match carried an unspoken wager. Eugene's right to keep acting superior to Janos was on the line. "You're distracted, junior brother," Eugene thought, his wooden sword held steady in front of him. "All right, let's start with the second mo." He stopped mid-thought, scowling. "Wait, damn it, why am I even calling it that stupid name now?" Irritated, he pushed off the ground, launching into his attack. 1,000 thunderclaps. Despite the name, it wasn't actually 1,000 strikes, just a rapid flurry of dozens of thrusts in quick succession. But with sword force applied, the sheer speed and intensity made it appear as though there were hundreds. Janos's eyes widened. 1,000 thunderclaps. Though Eugene hadn't called out the name, Janos instantly recognized the technique. No, this is different. It wasn't the 1,000 thunderclaps he had learned. The movement, the precision. This was something else entirely. This isn't the technique recorded in Sir Hamel's secret manual. This is the real thing. The genuine 1,000 thunderclaps. At first, Janos had taken Eugene lightly. He was only calling him senior brother because of clan traditions, not because he actually saw him as superior. In his mind, his skill far outclassed Eugene's. But now, after witnessing 1,000 thunderclaps in its truest form, Janos could no longer be so sure. Eugene's execution was flawless. Even without sword force, his wooden sword seemed to split into dozens of afterimages, each thrust seamlessly connected to the next. It was as if every attack was striking at the same time. Janos immediately pulled his sword back. Hamel style, third move, lightning counter, crackle. His wooden sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the heart of Eugene's attack. Clack! Both swords recoiled from the impact. His counter had failed. Lightning counter was meant to slip through an opponent's attack and strike a decisive blow, but Eugene had been too fast. Janos didn't hesitate. His grip tightened. The lightning of the Hamel style never stops. He willed his mana to guide his body, correcting his stance in an instant. The true essence of the Hamel style was to move purely through mana, allowing for relentless, uninterrupted attacks regardless of fatigue or injury. Genos lunged forward, 1,000 thunderclaps. His blade lashed out in a storm of thrusts. Eugene's eyes tracked each and every strike. Genos was following the exact technique recorded in his notes, just as expected. It was technically flawed, but Genos' experience and precision compensated for its weaknesses. Even so, Eugene could see everything. A split second before Genos' thrusts could reach him, Eugene's body shifted backward. Lightning counter is meant to strike without warning, Eugene mused. Wait, damn it, not lightning counter? His expression twitched in irritation. Damn that bastard vermouth. Why do these stupid names keep popping into my head? Lightning crackled. Eugene's counterattack was swift and seamless, far beyond Genos's. The wooden sword pierced forward with deadly precision, bypassing his guard completely. So this is the real lightning counter. Genos had just enough time to realize that he couldn't parry it. His only option was to retreat. He barely managed to evade, but Eugene's relentless pressure continued. Genos countered with his own move, Hamel style, fourth move, Asura Rampage. Mullen had once described it as a strike like an Asura's wrath. Genos' wooden sword cut through the air in a chaotic, unpredictable frenzy. Eugene didn't hesitate. He tightened his grip, braced his sword against his body, and charged straight into the attack. With a perfectly timed parry, he deflected the closest strike and slipped through. Then, his wooden sword spun in his grasp, switching to a reverse grip. The tip dug into the ground before arcing upward in a rising slash. Dragon Burst. Though they weren't using sword force in this spar, the motion was unmistakable. Genos recognized it instantly. In response, he chose to meet it head-on, dead end. His wooden sword soared high into the air before plummeting like the blade of a guillotine. Crash. The impact was deafening. Impossible to believe that two wooden swords had created such a sound. The sheer force of their mana clashing caused the ground beneath them to tremble. The audience could only watch in stunned silence, their faces frozen in disbelief. No matter how many cards Genos had up his sleeve, Eugene, just 19 years old, was meeting him as an equal. Cyan, watching from the sidelines, felt his jaw drop. That monstrous bastard. He had come here expecting to see Eugene get beaten down by Genos. He wanted to see that happen with his own eyes. Instead, what he was witnessing was something completely beyond his imagination. If it were me, I would have already collapsed, Cyan admitted to himself. This is insane. He's holding his ground against a captain of the Knights of the Black Lion? His throat felt dry and his fingers twitched involuntarily. A desperate urge swelled inside him, to grab a wooden sword and join the fight. Of course, he knew it would be pointless. He wouldn't last a second, let alone put up a fight. He'd only end up writhing on the ground in pain. But even so, it felt like he could gain something just by throwing himself into that battle. I'm weak. I'm lacking in so many ways. But so what? He didn't even realize he had stopped blinking. His eyes remained locked on the fight, drinking in every movement. Even if he couldn't match them, he could learn. Slowly but surely, Eugene and Genos' techniques were imprinting themselves in his mind. Meanwhile, Genos was coming to his own realization. I can't break through. What started as mild surprise had turned into something deeper, admiration. Even while holding back a portion of his strength, Genos had expected to maintain the upper hand. But instead of overwhelming Eugene, he was the one being pushed back. And the reason was clear. That damn mana parrying and lightning counter. In a spar where neither could unleash their full mana, Eugene's control was simply on another level. Every movement was deliberate, precise. His technique was flawless. Hamel style, sixth move, Cyclone. Eugene's sword rotated as he thrust forward, twisting the trajectory of Genos' strike before seamlessly flowing into Asura Rampage. Genos kept searching for an opportunity to counter, but each time he thought he found an opening, Eugene forced him further back. And then, finally, a flash of lightning. Genos launched his counterattack, only for Eugene's lightning-fast response to strike first. Crack! Genos barely twisted his body in time, dodging by the slimmest margin. Eugene's wooden sword scraped past his shoulder, missing by mere inches. Incredible! Genos gasped, stepping back and shaking his head. His mana shield remained intact, but it no longer mattered. He knew the truth. Continuing this match was pointless. Losing in front of so many people should have been humiliating. As a knight, as a warrior of the older generation, it should have stung, but Genos felt no shame. Instead, respect filled him. To acknowledge Eugene was to acknowledge Hamel, the grandmaster of their style. Eugene wasn't just his senior brother by title. He was the true successor of the Hamel style. Genos straightened, then declared with unwavering sincerity, "I've lost. You really are amazing." Although he had just been about to cry out, "Senior brother," since there were so many eyes watching them, Genos had to stop himself. As Genos laid down his wooden sword and walked over to Eugene, he grabbed Eugene's shoulders, with tears shining in his eyes. "Why the hell are you crying?" was Eugene's first question. I have conjunctivitis. Sometimes tears just end up flowing out like this." As Genos stared up into the sky to keep his tears from flowing, he hugged Eugene tightly. This was quite embarrassing behavior, but seeing how passionate Genos' tears were, Eugene just couldn't bear to push him away. "That's great." Carmen sighed as she admired the passionate embrace of the two men, as well as Genos' chivalry in being willing to admit that his far younger junior had defeated him. She put the cigar that she had been holding in her hands back into her mouth. Then she took off her leather gloves and started clapping. Clap, 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 clap. Once Carmen had started clapping, everyone else who had been watching started clapping as well. Even Sion, who had pinned his eyes wide open as he watched the spar, clapped vigorously as he felt a burning passion in his chest. "Eugene, you might be an adopted son, but you will surely become the pride of the entire Lionheart clan." Gilead thought to himself in admiration of Eugene. When Eugene had said that he wanted to go to Samar, Gilead had felt like he definitely couldn't allow Eugene to go there. That was why, once he had heard that Eugene would be sparring Genos with this trip on the line, Gilead had been willing to come here and act as an observer. In his heart, he had been hoping for Eugene's defeat. If need be, Gilead had even been prepared to intervene midway and announce Eugene's defeat as quickly as possible. He was determined to protect his son from going to such a dangerous place, even if it meant resorting to such measures. But he hadn't been able to do that. There wasn't any chance for him to do so. Although he had already seen some of it during Eugene's match with Carmen, this time he was able to properly assess how much Eugene's skill had grown over the years. Right now, Eugene was no longer a young lion that needed to be sheltered in his embrace and protected. He was a mature lion that wouldn't face any problems, even if it left the pride to become independent. Indeed, I wasn't mistaken about him. Jian also felt deeply moved. From when they had first met at the main estate, Jian had sparred with Eugene several times over the years. Although he had also taught swordsmanship to Cayenne and Ciel, he hadn't actually been able to teach Eugene anything. The child had already known how to do everything before Jian had even started teaching him. No, it wasn't just that. Whenever they had held those types of spars, Jian had never once felt like he had held the upper hand over Eugene. He now couldn't help but admit that it wasn't just a feeling, it was a fact. That boy had been born with an unbelievable instinct for battle. He could make accurate judgments no matter what the situation, and his body reacted immediately. I have a bad feeling about this, Ciel thought sulkily. Although she was clapping, her eyes were looking somewhere other than Eugene. Specifically, she was looking at Christina Rogaris, who was staring intently at Eugene with her hands clasped in front of her chest instead of applauding. Those eyes seemed to contain an emotion that was completely different from either admiration or astonishment at Eugene, though Ciel couldn't really figure out what that feeling was. As such, Ciel couldn't help but dislike Christina, perhaps because it was being held at Black Lion Castle. This year's Lionheart coming-of-age ceremony felt especially grand. Still, aside from the impressive setting, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. The ceremony itself was brief. Though each elder gave their blessings in slightly different words, the message was always the same. Do not bring shame to the Lionheart name. Take responsibility for your actions. Of the 3 siblings, Cyan was chosen as the representative. With Eward absent, and Cyan being the most likely successor to the Patriarch's seat, the decision was obvious. Standing tall, he placed a hand over his chest and solemnly swore his oath. Behind him, Eugene and Ciel repeated the words alongside him. And just like that, the coming-of-age ceremony was over. As they made their way back to the castle keep, Cyan, clearly still riding the high of the ceremony, turned to Eugene with a confident nod. There are still a few months until we're officially adults, but since we've had our coming-of-age ceremony, we're practically grown up already, he declared. Then, placing a hand on Eugene's shoulder, he added, "In that case, how about we grab a drink together, brother?" Eugene snorted and shrugged him off. "You really are a pretentious prick." Cyan's face twisted in indignation, as if the very accusation was outrageous. "What's so pretentious about that? So, how about it? This would be our first time drinking together." "I've already gone drinking before," Eugene replied casually. Cyan froze. "What did you just say?" "In a Roth," Eugene said simply. Cyan's eyes trembled in disbelief. During his early teenage years, Cyan went through a phase, like many boys his age, where he thought certain bad habits were the mark of a real man. At 15, he became enamored with the wandering knights from the sagas, lone warriors who protected the weak, crushed their enemies, and exuded an effortless cool. These were men who wore tattered cloaks, smoked, and drank heavily, and yet still found themselves adored by women. But in the Lionheart main estate, the only women around were servants, and to Cyan, they were first and foremost members of his household, not objects of romance. Since love wasn't an option, he settled for the next best thing, alcohol and cigarettes. Of course, drinking and smoking in his room was out of the question. His mother, Ancilla, was terrifying enough to make him think twice. But the knights and servants sometimes snuck off to smoke behind the storerooms, so Cyan figured he'd be safe if he hid out in the gymnasium's storage room. Leaning against the dusty walls, he lit a cigarette and took a drag, feeling like a true rogue. Then, gripping a whiskey bottle, he prepared to take a deep, burning swig straight from it. The door suddenly burst open. Cyan barely had time to react before Eugene stormed in, beat him senseless, and didn't stop until the cigarette burned out on its own. But Eugene wasn't done. After pummeling him, he dragged Cyan by the ear straight to Ancilla, where he was promptly scolded into oblivion. Back in the present, Cyan seethed. You really have the nerve to look me in the eye after all that? After lecturing me about drinking before adulthood? When you were out drinking in a Roth?" Eugene shrugged. "It's not like I drank because I wanted to." "You son of a..." Cyan sputtered, fists clenched. Before he could explode further, Ciel cut in. "That auxiliary bishop Christina. There's something suspicious about her." Eugene turned to her, frowning. "What are you talking about?" "At your match with Lord Genos yesterday, and even today at the coming-of-age ceremony, she was staring at you, almost like she was observing something." Cyan, still fuming just moments ago, perked up at the mention of Christina. His grin returned. Or maybe she was looking at me. Eugene and Ciel both shot him unimpressed looks, but he pressed on. "I was the protagonist of today's ceremony, after all. You two, just supporting characters. I was the one leading the oath, standing at the front, the center of attention. Makes sense that she'd be interested in me, don't you think?" He adjusted his suit proudly. Ciel sighed. "Brother, can you just shut up for a bit?" Unbothered, Cyan continued. "Still, she really is beautiful, and there's something about her. Maybe it's because she's a saint candidate, but she has this aura, something sacred about her. What Cyan didn't know was that Christina had already been officially made a saint, and that wasn't the only secret being kept. No one had publicly announced that Eugene had been chosen as the hero, nor that he and Christina would soon depart for the Samar rainforest. Even Gilead and Doins had kept it quiet. This was not a matter to be treated lightly. Ciel, watching Eugene closely, lowered her gaze to his fist. 2 days ago, his knuckles had been torn and bleeding, but now there wasn't a single mark left. And back then, the sheer pressure he had exuded had been terrifying. "You really don't think it's strange?" she asked. "The way Christina keeps watching you?" Eugene's response was indifferent. "She probably just likes me." Cyan let out a sharp laugh at the ridiculous claim. Ciel, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. Ciel tilted her head, eyeing Eugene. "So, did you enjoy your secret rendezvous with her?" Eugene shot back, "Do your jokes always have to sound so sarcastic?" "I heard you're heading back to the main estate tomorrow. Why the rush? Cyan's staying here until next year, so why not stay too and get in some of that insane training of yours?" Ciel suggested. Cyan had admirably chosen to stay at Black Lion Castle for training. His decision was inspired by Eugene's battle with Genos. While the knights of the main family were excellent, they couldn't compare to the captains of the Knights of the Black Lion. Wanting to improve, Cyan planned to train under them for the next few months. Gilead fully supported this. The captains had already agreed, and even the elders of the council were willing to mentor him. After all, he was the most likely candidate to become the next patriarch. To Ciel, there was no reason Eugene shouldn't stay as well. Wasn't he obsessed with training? The castle had skilled wizards and captains who mastered various weapons and techniques. An ideal place for someone like him. Yet, he still chose to leave. Only Cyan, her twin, would be staying with her. That realization left Ciel disappointed. "Besides, I heard Auxiliary Bishop Christina is leaving the same day as you," Ciel added sharply. "It just happens to be the same day," Eugene replied. "Using the warp gate twice would be a waste." Ciel narrowed her eyes. "Since when do you care about things like that?" Eugene shot back. "Why are you being so suspicious? You don't even have any grounds for it." Ignoring him, Ciel shifted topics. "I also heard you're planning a trip after returning to the main estate. Where are you going?" "I haven't decided yet. I just want to see the world," Eugene claimed. "With Auxiliary Bishop Christina?" Ciel's sharp intuition hadn't failed her. Fixing her gaze on Eugene, she continued. "Ever since you returned from the tomb, Father and the council head haven't been happy, and that includes you." "I don't see how that has anything to do with me supposedly traveling with Christina," Eugene deflected. "That's right," Cyan agreed quickly. "Lady Christina isn't the type to just wander off on a trip. Why would she travel with him?" He eyed Ciel suspiciously. "Little sister, just be honest. You just want us both to stay here with you, don't you?" "Brother, please, just shut up for a moment." Ciel sighed. Cyan turned back to Eugene. "Since she's already said so much, can't you just stay? You can always travel later." The truth was, Cyan also wanted Eugene to stay. He had eagerly studied the book Eugene had given him, but he hadn't fully grasped its lessons. While training under the elders and the captains would be valuable, Cyan still preferred learning from Eugene. He just got back after 3 years, and now he's already leaving again? Cyan thought, feeling a bit hurt. When Ciel had left for Black Lion Castle, Cyan had been the only one left at the main estate. Now, it seemed like history was repeating itself. Tian should have had many siblings around him in that sprawling estate, but he was the only one left. He had been too absorbed in his training to feel lonely, yet deep down, he still wanted to be with his family. "What a cute brat," Eugene smirked, patting Tian's shoulder. Ciel, as always, masked her emotions well. Her twin, Cyan, wasn't as skilled. "Fine, let's get a drink together as brothers," Eugene said. "I'm drinking too," Ciel interjected. "What about your duties?" Eugene asked. "I'm free today," she replied, pouting slightly. "So, are you really leaving?" "Yep." Eugene's answer was firm. Once he made up his mind, he rarely changed it. Although staying at the castle for a few months sounded appealing, his priority was Samar. He needed to find the hidden elven village deep in the rainforest. Whether Sienna was still alive was uncertain. If she had passed long ago, he needed to know for sure. Anis's whereabouts were a mystery, and Molan, though last seen a century ago, had vanished after declaring his retirement. The royal family of Ruhr, Molan's descendants, respected his retreat. Even if Eugene asked, they would never reveal his location. From Akron to Hammel's grave, from the World Tree's leaves to Samar, his journey followed a clear path. It can't be helped. Ciel sighed, realizing nothing could change Eugene's mind. Scratching her head in frustration, she changed the topic. "Since you're leaving tomorrow, let's make this our first proper drink together. We should at least drink something good." "Something good?" Cyan perked up. "Lady Carmen has an extremely expensive wine stored in her display case. It's rare and absurdly pricey." "There's no way she'd give it to us," Cyan objected. "Who said anything about asking?" Ciel grinned. "Sis, is that really okay? She doesn't even drink wine. Just black tea the same color. She won't notice." Eugene chuckled. "Then, just replace the bottle with another wine. No harm done." That night, the three gathered in Eugene's room, listening to Ciel's tale of sneaking into Carmen's quarters and swiping the bottle. Cyan, eyes wide with anticipation, marveled at his sister's audacity. Their first drink together would also be their farewell toast. Cyan had expected the wine to taste bad, but the reality was even worse. At 19, he found he still preferred warm milk over the bitter drink. "This is really good wine," he forced out, pretending to enjoy it. He noticed Ciel frowning at her sip and scoffed. "What's with that face?" "Why do people even like something so bitter?" she complained. "It's because you've had an easy life," Cyan declared, trying to sound wise. Annoyed but unfazed, Ciel simply filled his cup. "As expected, my brother is amazing." Cyan drank cup after cup until he finally collapsed. With him out of the way, Ciel turned to Eugene as her next challenge. However, Eugene could actually handle his liquor. Her plan to get him drunk and dig up blackmail failed. Despite finishing the whole bottle, Eugene was still perfectly fine. "Why aren't you drunk?" Ciel asked. "I feel a little drunk," Eugene admitted. She seized her chance. "Are you going somewhere with Auxiliary Bishop Christina?" "I already told you we're not," Eugene sighed, tossing Cyan onto a bed before escorting Ciel out. "I'll see you off tomorrow," she said, but she never got the chance. Carmen had caught her sneaking the wine and dragged her off for training at dawn. Christina arrived early at the warp gate, smiling faintly as Eugene approached. Nearby, Gilead spoke with Doins. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Eugene apologized. "Don't worry. As Patriarch, I'd have to be here to open the vault anyway, and I want to see you draw the Holy Sword," Gilead said sincerely. Since the time of the Great Vermouth, no one had been able to gain the sword's recognition. Though not related by blood, Gilead saw Eugene as his son, and the contrast between Eugene and his true son, Eward, weighed heavily on him. While Gilead tried not to dwell on it, Eward was both his soft spot and his greatest shame. With Eugene gone, Gilead planned to return to Black Lion Castle. Cyan's stay there would determine if he was fit to be the next Patriarch. The Council of Elders had no intention of giving Eward another chance after his disgrace. Even so, Gilead hoped to convince them to at least allow Eward back into the family. If that failed, he would go to Bossar to see Eward and Tanis, his wife and son, one way or another. After passing through the warp gate, they arrived at the Lionheart estate. Only a few servants were present, prepared to activate the magic. "Are you really not telling Gerhard anything?" Gilead asked. "If I told him I was going to Samar, my father would cling to me, crying and begging me not to go," Eugene replied. He definitely would, Gilead chuckled, but it's natural for a father to worry. Do I worry you, Sir Patriarch? Eugene asked. Of course, but my faith in you surpasses my fears, Gilead admitted. I'll try not to get into too much trouble, Eugene said, glancing back at Christina. Christina followed with a faint smile, nodding slightly in response to Eugene's gaze. I, too, will do my best to ensure Sir Eugene's journey remains safe. I don't see how turning cookies into bread counts as a useful miracle in a dangerous situation, Eugene remarked dryly. The barbarians of Samar might happen to enjoy bread, Christina replied, her smile curving slightly. Eugene shrugged and looked ahead once more. Eventually, they arrived at the treasure vault. It had been 6 years since Eugene had last stood before it. As he gazed at the massive doors, he absent-mindedly rubbed the necklace hanging around his neck. By the way, is it all right for Lady Christina to enter with us? He asked belatedly. Gilead hesitated. In principle, it's forbidden, but... Wouldn't it be strange if a saint weren't present when the holy sword is drawn? Christina interjected, unwilling to back down. Emphasizing the sword's name, she continued. No one has received the holy sword's recognition in the past 300 years. However, if Sir Eugene succeeds today, it would signify the God of Light's blessing on his journey. He may even grant another revelation about your path. I'm genuinely curious. Do priests often invoke their god's name just to get what they want? Eugene asked, arching a brow. Sir Eugene, I assure you, I have never taken God's name in vain, Christina declared solemnly. In the end, it was decided that Christina would accompany them inside. As he had done 6 years ago, Gilead pressed his blood-stained fingers against the doorknob. Creake! The engravings on the door shifted and writhed. The treasure vault opened. The sight beyond was exactly as Eugene remembered. In the center of the room stood a radiant golden sword, its brilliance undiminished. Separate from the ambient lighting, the sword emitted its own divine glow. This was the holy sword. Ah, that truly is the holy sword of light, Altair. Christina breathed in awe, clasping her hands together. It had been a long time since Eugene last heard the holy sword's true name. Christina turned to him expectantly. Now then, Sir Eugene? I'll get to that later. Eugene cut in, turning to Gilead instead. He had already received permission, but it still felt rude to wander the vault at his leisure without acknowledgement. Gilead gave a wry smile. You don't need to mind me. Only then did Eugene grin and begin exploring the treasure vault. He passed by familiar relics, the dragon spear Carbos, the thunderbolt Pernoa, the devouring sword. Asfel, each weapon remained exactly where it had been 6 years ago. Any one of these weapons could conquer a country in the right hands. Eugene marveled at the sight before him. This wasn't an exaggeration. Vermouth had summoned storms with a single swing of Wynid, erased mountains with a strike from Carbos, and shattered the ground itself when firing Pernoa. Even though Asfel didn't create as much of a spectacle, it had shown its worth by slicing through the demon folk's mega-class spells with ease. Vermouth. I always thought you were a greedy bastard for hoarding weapons like these all to yourself, Eugene mused. Aside from the holy sword, most of these weapons had been discovered during their journey. At the time, Hamel had been overwhelmingly lacking in mana compared to the rest of the party, making it impossible for him to wield weapons that consumed such massive amounts of energy. That hadn't changed much. The Dragon Spear and the Thunderbolt still required too much mana. Well, my mana will only keep growing, and now that I've learned magic, I shouldn't have any trouble handling Asfel. Grinning, Eugene stored the weapons inside his cloak. Then, he turned his attention to the holy sword. 6 years ago, he had tried and failed to pull it free. Before reaching for it, he glanced at Christina. What if I can't draw it out? That won't happen. God has already granted his revelation. Sir Eugene will be able to wield the holy sword, Christina said with unwavering faith. Eugene hoped she was wrong. He still didn't fully trust the so-called divine revelation, and he had no desire to become the chosen hero. But the moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, he hadn't even applied any force, yet he knew. 6 years ago, no matter how hard he pulled, the holy sword wouldn't budge. Now, it felt like it would slide free with almost no effort at all. Many of you have noticed that a lot of channels have been getting taken down lately, and it's been a huge concern for us too. Copyright issues are real, and we're doing everything we can to keep bringing you content without interruptions. That's where our Patreon comes in. By joining us there, you'll get 2 episodes early before anyone else. And if anything happens to our channel, we'll continue posting the series directly on Patreon, so you'll never miss out. Plus, we'll feature your name at the end of every video as a special thank you for your support. Click the link in the description to join and get all these perks today. Eugene had no real desire to pull the sword free, but with Christina and Gilead staring at him, their eyes shining with anticipation, he couldn't even pretend to struggle. In the end, despite hoping his instincts were wrong, he tightened his grip around the holy sword, and just like that, his premonition was confirmed. The sword, which had seemed deeply embedded in the ground, slid out effortlessly with the slightest pull. Swallowing the curses rising in his throat, Eugene stared at the gleaming blade. Oh! Gilead couldn't contain his excitement. His entire body trembled as if struck by lightning, fists clenched in triumph. I'm witnessing history unfold before my eyes, he thought, overwhelmed. The god of light and his saint had chosen Eugene as the hero. But since Gilead wasn't a follower of the god of light, what truly amazed him wasn't divine recognition. It was the fact that the holy sword had finally been drawn after 300 years. Christina, on the other hand, was even more overwhelmed. "Ah!" she gasped, falling to her knees, hands clasped together in prayer. Meanwhile, standing in the center of it all, Eugene fought the urge to grimace. The holy sword pulsed with radiant light. When he focused his senses, he felt its source. It wasn't mana, but divine power. Despite its widespread acknowledgement, divine power remained an enigma. It typically manifested as light, drawn from the power generated by a priest's or paladin's devotion to their god. So that's how it works. Is the holy sword some kind of conduit? Eugene mused. He didn't worship any gods. If they existed, fine. If they didn't, who cared? That had always been his stance. But after enduring countless revelations and divine proclamations, his patience was wearing thin. Worship is for fools. No way I'm letting them rope me into this. Yet, despite his lack of faith, he could still feel the holy sword's divine power. Eugene infused his mana into the blade. Instantly, the divine energy responded, wrapping around the sword in a brilliant aura. It was like forming a sword force, but instead of mana, it was divine power. "Ah!" Christina gasped, still kneeling. Her voice trembled as she stared at the radiant glow. Such dazzling brilliance! Eugene barely acknowledged her, his focus locked on the holy sword. This light wasn't just for show. He knew from experience how devastatingly effective it was against demonic beings. It's a completely different kind of power from mana, he noted. He had no faith, no devotion, yet simply by becoming the holy sword's wielder, he had access to overwhelming divine energy. And unlike his other weapons, which drained massive amounts of mana, the holy sword consumed none at all. A weapon this powerful, with 0 energy cost? Now that's efficient, Eugene admitted, mildly impressed. Still, as he studied the glowing blade, he let out a small sigh. Not that I think I'll enjoy using it. Eugene was no stranger to weapons. In his past life, he had wielded countless blades, but nothing compared to the holy sword. It was far beyond what could be called a mere weapon. Rather than something meant for battle, it resembled more of a ceremonial blade, like the kind presented at a knighthood or other formal events. However, despite its ornate appearance, the edge was undeniably sharp. Eugene doubted he'd enjoy wielding it, but keeping it on hand as insurance seemed worthwhile. "Sir Eugene, haven't you heard a voice calling to you?" Christina asked, her tone serious. Eugene raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Unfazed, Christina continued, "The Holy Sword Altair is a blade that the God of Light personally forged and bestowed upon the world long ago." This story was part of the founding mythology of the Holy Empire of Eurus. A long time ago, before civilization took shape, the world had been engulfed in endless chaos. Demon kings had not yet appeared, and there were no clear distinctions between demon folk, demonic beasts, and monsters, only inhuman horrors that hunted and devoured humans. At that time, humanity was extremely weak. The fire they created barely sufficed to grill meat and keep the cold at bay, but it couldn't pierce the darkness after sunset. Flames provided heat, but they lacked the power to illuminate the night. The horrors born from darkness ruled when the sun went down. Humans gathered in groups to resist, but they were powerless against the creatures that preyed on them. The more humans were hunted, the longer the night stretched, and the stronger the horrors became, turning all joy into sorrow. Just as hope was slipping away, a light fell from the heavens. God descended upon the world, illuminating the darkness and granting fire the power to shine. This was the creation myth of Eurus, bold and absolute in its claim. The people of Eurus believed the world only existed as it did because the God of Light had intervened. To them, all other gods were merely his children. The God of Light created a sword from his own blood and flesh to dispel the darkness. Altair was his first child, the most brilliant beacon he left behind to protect this world. Christina intoned reverently. This was a myth unique to Eurus. Other nations had their own founding legends, but Christina had no interest in them. Her faith was unwavering. "The will of our God still resides in Altair," she continued. 300 years ago, the Great Vermouth became Altair's master, fulfilling God's revelation. Huh. Eugene grunted, dozens of rebuttals swirling in his mind, but he held his tongue, unwilling to argue. The reason the hero overcame all challenges during his journey was because Altair guided him, Christina declared. Without Altair's revelations, even the Great Vermouth would never have defeated the three demon kings. Ha, ha ha ha. Eugene had tried to stay quiet, but he couldn't hold back any longer. As Eugene laughed in disbelief, Gilead chuckled along with him. "If what St. Christina says is true, are you suggesting our ancestor only fought as the Holy Sword directed him to?" Gilead asked sharply. "It probably wasn't that direct, but the Holy Sword definitely must have assisted him," Christina insisted. "St. Christina, since you weren't alive 300 years ago, how can you be so sure about this?" Eugene challenged. "Not being born 300 years ago, doesn't that apply to you too, Sir Eugene?" Christina shot back. Eugene barely held back the retort forming on his lips. This brat has some nerve. Quite the creative story she's come up with. The Holy Sword's help? If anything, it was more useful as a torch, Eugene thought sarcastically. Vermouth had never mentioned receiving revelations from the Holy Sword, nor had Anise ever spoken of it having such powers. Well, since neither of us was alive back then, we can't know the truth. But tell me, who exactly told you this, St. Christina? Eugene asked. "These facts were passed down through the scriptures," Christina replied. Eugene frowned. "The scriptures? Aren't you familiar with them, Sir Eugene? Your Lionheart clan's founder, the Great Vermouth, is revered as a saint even within the Holy Empire. Could it be that, as a member of the Lionheart clan, you've never heard of the Book of Vermouth?" Christina asked, her disbelief evident. Eugene stammered, glancing at Gilead for support. Gilead cleared his throat. "Well, the religious overtones in the Book of Vermouth are so strong that the Lionheart clan hasn't officially endorsed it." Christina gasped. "But that's..." "Well, I tried reading it when I was younger, but the content was so ridiculous that I..." Eugene trailed off, recalling the absurdity of what he had read. Leading refugees to the edge of the sea, Vermouth raised the holy sword while chanting holy words, then split the waters apart. The book was full of such nonsense, more absurd than a child's fairy tale. Now that I think about it, there was something like that in there, Eugene realized. My apostle Vermouth, my blessing will guide your arm. Illuminate the darkness with the light of God. There had to be a limit to how much nonsense they could claim. Not only the Lionheart clan, but historians also dismissed the Book of Vermouth, considering it less reliable than a bedtime story. Christina changed the subject. So, Sir Eugene, have you received any revelations from the Holy Sword? Eugene hummed, concentrating as he stared at the Holy Sword. Christina gasped. Have you received a revelation? Eugene hesitated before admitting. For a moment, I heard a voice in my head, but I'm not sure if it was a revelation. What did the voice say to you? Christina demanded. It told me to look at you, Saint Christina, and tell you to shut up for a bit, Eugene said with a straight face. Christina's eyes widened in shock. She stood up, clenching her skirt tightly in her fists. Please, don't misuse God's name to insult me, she huffed, visibly offended. I already said I wasn't sure if it was a revelation, Eugene defended. So, you're admitting that your mind is full of rude thoughts about me? In my opinion, there must be some demonic influence tainting poor Sir Eugene's mind, Christina accused. A demonic influence, you say? Ever since I was young, my mind's wandered from time to time, and I'd have these strong urges I couldn't control. Eugene twitched. Just like now, you mother... Huh? Christina gasped, completely taken aback. Eugene continued. Perhaps there is another me who isn't me inside of me. A completely different Eugene Lionheart, who is borrowing the voice of the Holy Sword just to say these evil words. Are you mocking me right now? Christina asked, the corners of her lips twisting into a dangerous smile. Eugene knocked on his own head as if embarrassed, then tucked the Holy Sword inside his cloak. Sometimes this thing doesn't move according to my own will. That is quite a serious illness. If you permit it, I can attempt to treat you personally, Christina offered. This sickness of the heart is something I need to heal myself. I, Eugene Lionheart, as a descendant of the great Vermouth, do not want to rely on the saint to deal with my own weakness, Eugene declared earnestly. Ignoring him, Christina asked, what are you planning to do now? Let's just leave when we feel like it. Eugene flourished his cloak as he walked past her. It bothers me that you're leaving without even saying goodbye to Gerhard, Gilead admitted as he accompanied them to the warp gate. Eugene, glancing at the annex in the distance, had a wry expression even as he felt grateful for Gilead's consideration. I'll be counting on you to handle things, Patriarch. It's not like we know when you'll be back. Even if it's me, I can't just keep lying to Gerhard for years, Gilead pointed out. If it comes to that, please give this letter to my father on the last day of the year. Eugene handed him the letter he had written the day before. Tell him I'll be just fine. I have the confidence to take care of myself no matter where I go, and I even have a great God protecting me on my journey. Gilead hummed in agreement, though he placed more trust in Eugene's own capabilities than in divine protection. Saint Christina will be going with him as well. Gilead reminded himself before saying, Eugene, I'm trusting you. Thank you so much, Eugene said with a grin before extending a hand to Gilead. This might be a bit late to ask, but is it okay if I call you Uncle? What? Gilead blinked in shock. Eugene hesitated. Well, my father is still alive and well, but aren't you a few years older than him? So I figured calling you Uncle wouldn't be too weird. Before he could finish, Gilead pulled Eugene into a close embrace. No matter what you call me, I've thought of you as my son ever since 6 years ago. Thank you so much, Eugene repeated. He had said it out of gratitude for Gilead's faith in him, and maybe a little guilt for borrowing so many weapons from the treasure vault. But Gilead's reaction was warmer than he had expected. Be careful, and may you achieve the purpose of your journey, my son. Gilead said in blessing. "Yes, uncle. Please take care of yourself," Eugene replied, his voice slightly choked. Their warm embrace ended, but Gilead didn't cry like Gerhard would have. He simply stood tall, his chest out, as he saw Eugene off. Still, to Eugene, that steady, shining gaze felt just as heavy as Gerhard's tears. It didn't feel bad, though, being sent off like this. In his previous life, there weren't many times when he had received such a fond farewell. "There is no warp gate leading to Samar," Christina noted. "After we pass through Kiel's southern border, we will have to travel the rest of the way on foot. Were you aware of this?" "More or less," Eugene shrugged. "Does that mean you haven't made any travel plans?" "Isn't that the case for you as well, Saint Christina?" "It seems I've prepared more diligently than you, Sir Eugene," she said with a faint smile. "First of all, it would be better if you don't use your personal identity card." "Because I'll attract too much attention?" Eugene guessed. Christina nodded. "Yes. But it will be difficult to forge an identity card, and the border checkpoints are strict about identification," Eugene pointed out cautiously. However, from the moment they crossed the border, they would no longer need an identity card. Public safety in Samar was so poor that it couldn't even be compared to a ghetto, and identity cards, common in other countries, were not used there. "You don't need to worry about passing through any checkpoints," Christina assured him as she pulled something from inside her robes and handed it to Eugene. Presenting him with a blank identity card, she continued. "The priests of the Holy Empire travel all over the continent. During their journeys, high-level priests often attract unwanted gazes. So they carry fake identity cards with them as they travel?" Eugene asked curiously. "You won't meet any trouble even if you do need to use it," Christina said confidently. Eugene grinned and took the identity card. Before passing through the warp gate, Christina showed Eugene how to register it. The process wasn't difficult or time-consuming. A new identity could be created immediately by placing a blood-stained thumb on the card and memorizing the alias. "So, now that it's been created, does that mean the Holy Empire will eventually register this identity?" Eugene asked. "And with that, our identities should be safely secured, Sir Eugene," Christina confirmed. "We will be posing as missionaries traveling to Samar." Eugene raised an eyebrow. "You don't really intend to proselytize the natives of Samar, do you?" "If possible, I would like to try, but unfortunately, the indigenous people of Samar do not respect the god of light," Christina said with a bitter smile. That was just the reality. Most of the zealous priests who traveled to Samar to spread their faith never returned. "After you declared that you were going to Samar, I did my own independent research," Christina informed him. "So what did you find out?" Eugene asked. "Although elves are sometimes seen in Samar, most of them are wandering, unable to find their way back to their homeland," Christina said as she turned her robes inside out. "A few years ago, the dark elves of Helmuth began trickling into Samar and making contact with these wandering elves. If you want to find the village of the elves, you should try meeting some of them, just like the dark elves are doing." It had only been a few days since Eugene had told her he intended to go to Samar. In that short time, without even leaving Black Lion Castle, she had completed her investigation. It seemed the identity of a saint was quite convenient. "To think there'd be dark elves," Eugene muttered, running his fingers through his hair. Each time his hand passed through his strands, his gray hair darkened into black. After removing the Lionheart sigil embroidered on his surcoat, he also altered the appearance of his cloak. "I don't have any good memories of those pests." 300 years ago, while wandering through Helmuth, he had faced countless near-death crises. But among them, one moment stood out. It wasn't during their battles with the Demon Kings, nor when his face was nearly cleaved in two by the Incarceration's blade. It was before that, back when he had met Iris, the Demon King of Fury's adopted daughter, a dark elf known as the Rakshasa. The 5th-ranked Demon King of Carnage wielded the Annihilation Hammer, Jigoloth. The 4th-ranked Demon King of Cruelty had the Demon Spear, Luentos. But the third-ranked Demon King of Fury? He didn't carry a special weapon. Instead, he commanded a massive army, one that had an unusually high number of heterogeneous races. Giants led by Kamash formed the vanguard, fighting alongside beast folk and elves. Corrupted races like vampires and lycanthropes also swelled his ranks. At the top stood his four most powerful warriors, Fury's four heavenly kings: Kamash, the Earthshaker, chief of the giants; San, the Bloodshedder, vampire lord; Oberon, the depraved, lunatic of the beast folk; Iris, the Rakshasa, dark elf princess. 300 years ago, Hamel and Vermouth took down Kamash. Then they killed the demon kings of carnage and cruelty. Fueled by victory, they advanced toward Fury's castle, only to be ambushed by Sane and his vampires. It was a brutal battle, but Anis's divine power and Vermouth's holy sword reduced Sane to ashes. Inside Fury's stronghold, Oberon and Iris led the dark elves and beast folk in a desperate last stand. This time, they managed to escape. The final battle was brutal. Oberon was strong, Iris was strong, Fury was even stronger, but in the end, they lost. While Vermouth dueled Fury, Mullen clashed with Oberon. Hamel faced Iris. "Father!" Her scream still echoed in his mind. The moment Fury fell, a blood-stained Iris ran toward him, crying out in agony. Hamel had no intention of letting her go. She was dangerous. Even if she escaped, Fury's death was inevitable. But still, he meant to end her. But he failed. Instead of launching a final counterattack or trying to resurrect himself, the dying Fury used his last power to help Oberon and Iris escape. No one expected it. Not even Vermouth, who momentarily froze in shock. "You! I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! Father!" Space tore open, and Fury's dark magic engulfed Iris and Oberon. Even as she wept, Iris still tried to attack, but Oberon, wounded and missing an arm, held her back. "Hamel, it's because you blocked me." "Bro, stop with that nonsense. So what if I blocked you?" Even in near death, Iris resented him, not Vermouth, the one who had driven his sword through Fury's chest. It was ridiculous, and just like that, the Demon King of Fury was gone. Iris and Oberon vanished. The dark elves and beast folk scattered. Now, 300 years had passed. After the vampires lost their lord and the lycanthropes were left leaderless, they all came under the rule of Noir Giabella, queen of the night demons. The remaining giants withdrew into the rugged backwoods of Helmuth, uniting to form a single tribe. Oberon, the lunatic of the beast folk, had sworn allegiance to the Demon King of Destruction. However, 150 years ago, his own son tore out his throat and killed him. As for Iris, Eugene had never seen her again, even as she had glared at him with poison in her eyes, spitting curses until the very end. Their paths had never crossed after that day. I should have killed her back then. Dark elves, like elves, lived for well over 1,000 years. They weren't a separate race. They were simply elves who had been corrupted by a demon king's power. Calling Fury her father because of that is just nonsense. Even now, after reincarnation, Eugene couldn't understand what Iris had been thinking at that moment. The Demon King of Fury had made his 4 heavenly kings believe they were his children. Even Kamash, a giant as massive as a mountain, had died calling out father with his final breath. It was a ridiculous charade, a forced family, bound not by blood, but by a fabricated sense of unity and loyalty. Yet, in his final moments, Fury had used his remaining power not to strike back, not to turn himself into a last-ditch explosion to take down Vermouth, but to let Iris and Oberon escape. Why? If he had the strength to do that, wouldn't it have been more fitting for a demon king to die trying to take his enemies with him? Oberon is dead, at least, but the son who killed him, he must be an even greater madman. The beast folk were divided into several different races, and 300 years ago, Oberon had been crazy enough to earn the name lunatic even among them. If his son had been able to kill him, then the next generation was no less insane. Eugene couldn't afford to ignore Oberon's son or Iris. And now, they had arrived at the Samar rainforest, a place even more dangerous than Helmuth in a different way. Unlike Helmuth, it wasn't crawling with demon folk, and no one there could compare to a demon king. But Samar was overflowing with human filth. It was a haven for those who had no place in civilized nations. Heinous criminals who should have rotted in prison, murderers who had escaped justice, fugitives too dangerous to be kept alive. Those who weren't caught fled either to Helmuth or here. Of course, Samar had laws, but compared to ordinary countries, their laws were almost non-existent. The natives were uncivilized. Every tribe had its own laws. In most places, murder was a crime. In Samar, that wasn't necessarily true. A simple reason was enough for murder to be excused. Some barbaric tribes even considered meaningless killing to be an act of valor. To think people still try to do missionary work in Samar, a brown-skinned man muttered, his narrow eyes scanning Eugene and Christina. Must be a popular way to commit suicide. Just as Christina had said, their counterfeit identity cards had allowed them to pass through Kiel's southern border without issue. The real problems began afterward. Samar was larger than the entire Kiel Empire. There were no public warp gates, only a few that were tightly restricted. Even foreign nobles couldn't use them, no matter how much they paid. That left only one option: travel by carriage or horseback. After days of travel, they finally arrived at the trade city nearest to the border. Although it was called a trade city, it paled in comparison to those in Kiel or Arath. The buildings barely rose above a few floors, and the streets were filthy. Our reasons for being here shouldn't concern you, should they? Christina said with a soft smile, presenting her identity card. The man let out a hearty laugh, flipping the card over for inspection. Let's see. D-Class Adventurer. So what? Isn't this inn affiliated with the Adventurers Guild? I'd like to receive the standard service for my class. Christina requested hesitantly. Huh, Miss Nunn, are you pretending to be naive, or are you really that naive? The innkeeper snickered, tossing the card back. This might be near Kiel, but it's still Samar. Your identity card, your rank, they mean nothing here. Christina's expression tightened. You want standard service? The innkeeper chuckled. That's the funniest joke I've heard in a while. This is Samar. The guild's affiliation doesn't matter. You can't trust the identity cards of anyone who crawls their way here. Ah, stop. That won't work either. What won't work? Eugene asked, furrowing his brow as he reached for his wallet. Your money, the innkeeper replied. Foreign currency is useless here. Don't bother pulling it out. He sighed. Do you two really know nothing about Samar? The only currency accepted here is... I know, Eugene interrupted, leaning over the table with a grin. So stop wasting my time, unless you want me to beat the crap out of you. The innkeeper blinked, startled by Eugene's sudden shift in demeanor. What a rude little bastard. He scowled, pressing his finger against the hidden buzzer beneath the table. A single tap would summon the mercenaries upstairs. But before he could press it, a dagger pierced through the underside of the table, stopping just short of his finger. Hey now, no need to rush, Eugene chided. The innkeeper's breath hitched. What the hell do you think you're doing? Eugene arched a brow. Didn't I tell you to listen until I was done talking? Reaching into his cloak, he pulled out a small jewel and placed it on the table. It was one of the gems he had acquired from the Emir of Kajitan. The innkeeper's eyes widened. We might not be able to use foreign currency, but gems work, right? Eugene smirked. Everyone likes shiny things. The innkeeper swallowed hard. Now then, old man, stop interrupting and just answer my questions. Eugene's voice hardened. And quit judging me by my appearance. Listen to how I talk. You should recognize a fellow mercenary when you hear one. The innkeeper's face stiffened. The sharpness of the dagger still touching his finger sent a clear message. More than that, the killing intent radiating from Eugene was anything but ordinary. He's the real deal, the innkeeper realized. Eugene's bloodlust was controlled, precise, focused entirely on him. No unnecessary spillover. As a former mercenary himself, the innkeeper understood just how dangerous the young man in front of him truly was. "A jewel of this size should cover the cost of a room," Eugene stated. Sweat beaded on the innkeeper's forehead. "There are 2 of us, so we'll need 2 rooms." Eugene placed another jewel on the table. "Plenty of better inns out there, but convenience is key. You get what I'm saying?" The innkeeper hesitated. "You're looking for information?" Eugene nodded. "You catch on quick. This inn is tied to the Adventurers Guild, which means you've got connections to the Mercenary Guild and the Informants Guild too. On top of that, you handle accommodations for adventurers." A long pause. Then the innkeeper asked warily, "Are you 2 bounty hunters?" As far as the innkeeper knew, only bounty hunters usually carried that level of refined killing intent when asking for information. "Well, you could say that," Eugene admitted. "But like my clueless colleague already pointed out, our reason for being here shouldn't matter to you, right? I have the jewels you want, and you have the information I need. Isn't that right, old man?" The innkeeper hesitated. "Just so you know, if you're thinking about robbing me because I look like an easy target, you're all dead, and I mean that." Eugene's voice carried no bravado, just cold certainty. "I trust you're smart enough to tell the difference between an unguarded meal and one that will take your arm off if you try to grab it. So, what's it going to be? Want to test your luck and see if it's worth losing your life over a few jewels?" "That doesn't sound like a great idea," the innkeeper admitted, swallowing hard. Eugene's killing intent thickened. The innkeeper's breath turned ragged, cold sweat trickling down his neck. "We're looking for an elf," Eugene said, reaching into his cloak. This time, he pulled out a jewel several times larger than the first. The innkeeper's eyes gleamed with greed, desire momentarily overshadowing his fear. Eugene continued, "Not a dark elf, a regular elf. I've heard they sometimes pass through this city. Any one of them will do." "It seems you're not too familiar with our pricing." The innkeeper coughed before adding, "For information on elves, we'll need 3 jewels of that size. I don't know why you're looking for one, but you should know plenty of wealthy merchants, and nobles are always trying to get their hands on an elf." "So you do have information, then," Eugene confirmed. "For one of those jewels, I can introduce you to the informant," the innkeeper offered. "You can negotiate the rest with him." Eugene's lips curled into a dangerous grin. "You bastard! You think you can rip me off?" Whoosh! His hand shot out, closing around the innkeeper's throat. "Gah!" The innkeeper choked. "Feel free to scream a little louder," Eugene said, his tone almost amused as he reached under the table and pressed the hidden buzzer himself. The moment he did, a squad of rough-looking mercenaries thundered down the stairs. "Sir Eugene?" Christina turned to him, clearly unsettled. Eugene smirked and barked. "What are you waiting for? Pull out your wand. You're supposed to stop those bastards, aren't you?" "Who the hell are you?" one of the mercenaries demanded. Eugene answered casually, "A man and a woman, you son of a bastard." Crack! He snapped one of the innkeeper's fingers. The mercenaries, briefly stunned by Eugene's sheer audacity, snapped out of it and charged forward, weapons drawn. Eugene didn't even move. Instead, he shot Christina a sharp glare. With a sigh, she raised her hands in front of her chest. Flash! Light erupted from Christina, taking the form of a long whip that lashed through the air. Ah! The mercenaries cried out in alarm. Instead of striking them down, the whip of light coiled around their arms and legs, binding them tightly. Eugene smirked and turned his attention back to the innkeeper. "Christina, what was this bastard's name again?" "It's Jackson," Christina replied. "That's a pretty common name," Eugene noted. "Hey, Jackson, I told you why I came here, didn't I? Out of all the inns, I chose yours for convenience." Crack, crack. Jackson's finger was bent back even further. He screamed, thrashing in vain, as Eugene's grip around his throat remained firm. I came here because you're supposed to be an information broker, Eugene continued. But what did you say? You wanted to charge me a brokerage fee just to connect me with your informant? Then I'd have to negotiate the real price with them? You bastard! Where do you get off ripping off your customers like this? Jackson gasped for breath. Gah! Gah! I was willing to settle this cleanly, pay you, and be on my way. But I didn't expect you to have such a rotten heart. Eugene clicked his tongue. Now, where was I? Ah, right. The Informants Guild has rules, doesn't it? And Samar's branch should be no different from the others. If an informant gives out bullshit, they lose a finger, isn't that right? That law was repealed a long time ago, Jackson stammered. Oh yeah? When exactly? 300 years ago? Eugene sneered. Well, not that it matters. I'm not part of the Informants Guild, so I don't have to follow their rules. And since you tried to screw with me, it's only fair I return the favor, don't you think? Releasing Jackson's finger, Eugene drew his dagger and slammed it into the table, the blade sinking in with a dull thud. So, which one should I take? Eugene mused. Your right hand or your left? I'm not heartless. I'll spare your dominant hand. You're right-handed, yeah? Then I'll take one from your left. The index finger would make things inconvenient for you, so let's go with the middle finger. You might not be able to flip someone off anymore, but that's a pretty cheap price to pay for your stupidity. Christina had already informed Eugene that Jackson was an information broker tied to the Informants Guild. Initially, Eugene had planned to pay a fair price and move on, but plans had a way of changing. Christina might not understand his sudden shift, but in Eugene's mind, it was better to establish dominance now than let himself be taken for a fool. Now, be a good boy and spread your fingers. Makes it easier for me. Eugene grinned. Don't want to? That's fine. I'll just take two. How about your middle and ring fingers? Jackson choked out a desperate warning. If you hurt me, the Informants Guild will— This bastard is still trying to threaten me? Eugene scoffed. Thwack. The sharp dagger sliced clean through Jackson's middle finger. He barely had time to scream before Eugene clamped a hand over his mouth, muffling his agony. If I was afraid of consequences, do you really think I'd be holding you by the throat while cutting off your fingers? Eugene's voice was cold as his eyes bore into Jackson's trembling ones. Think carefully. Missing one finger might be inconvenient, but it won't ruin your life. Speak now and I'll stop. I'll even pay you. If your information checks out, I'll leave you these jewels. Jackson's mind swam with pain and fear. How had things spiraled into this nightmare? Just moments ago, these two had walked in clueless, talking about the Informants Guild and elves. Jackson hadn't cared why they were here. He had only seen an opportunity to take his brokerage fee. He had even planned to connect them with a proper informant. But now all he had was the bloody stump where his finger used to be. If you really won't cooperate, then I have no choice. Eugene's tone remained calm, almost casual. The Informants Guild is just that, a guild. They don't run this world, and for wasting my time and trying to screw me over, I'll make sure you die here. The mercenaries tied up over there, I'll kill them too. And after that, well, you won't have to worry about that since you'll be dead. Simple, right? Eugene removed his hand from Jackson's mouth, giving him a moment to think. But before you make a decision, consider this. If I'm bold enough to do this, don't you think I have something backing me up? Jackson's voice was shaky. Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter. Just tell me about the elves. Eugene idly scraped the severed finger off the table with his dagger. Please, I'm bleeding, Jackson whimpered, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Christina moved to help him, but Eugene acted first. He seized Jackson's injured hand, gripping the bleeding stump tightly. Jackson let out a guttural scream. Stay still, I'm stopping the bleeding, Eugene said, his methods brutal but effective. The pressure of his grip forced the blood to clot, cutting off the worst of the bleeding. Jackson trembled, sweat dripping down his face as he stared in horror at his mutilated hand. He knew that if he hesitated any longer, Eugene's blood-stained fingers might reach for another one. "Now speak," Eugene commanded, settling into a chair as if he had all the time in the world. "Weren't you being too harsh?" Christina asked as they walked away. Her tone wasn't accusatory, just contemplative. During the incident, though startled by the sudden shift in events, she hadn't lashed out at Eugene for his extreme actions. That, in itself, was impressive. An ordinary priest would have been outraged, scolding him for cutting off a man's finger. They would have rushed to heal Jackson without hesitation, without permission. But Christina had done none of that. She had been shocked, sure, but she hadn't interfered. She hadn't even attempted to heal Jackson of her own accord. If it had been any other priest, Eugene mused. But Christina wasn't just any priest. She was the saint of the Holy Empire of Eurus, their chosen one. And in this moment, her demeanor, her restraint, her presence, she reminded Eugene strongly of Anise. "You have to be unreasonable when dealing with people who don't play fair," Eugene said, glancing at her. "And aren't you being the unreasonable one by even questioning me? Do you know how much those jewels I put on the table were worth? Just selling one of them would have let that bastard drink and party for a whole year. And yet, he tried to pocket one for free with some pathetic excuse. Losing a single finger is a cheap lesson." Christina was silent for a moment. Then, a soft smile appeared on her lips. "I understand what you mean. You and I come from backgrounds where money was never an issue. But for most people, those jewels are life-changing." She lowered her hood slightly, her voice carrying a trace of reminiscence. "Both of us grew up in poor environments. That's why we understand the value of wealth even more." Eugene nodded. "I'm glad you—" However, Christina cut in smoothly. Even if that's the case, cutting off his finger was overkill. A scolding would have been enough. Eugene scoffed. "Do you really think a rat who sells information in a place like this would be scared off by just a few harsh words? Taking a finger was the cleanest way to handle it." "What if he wants revenge?" Christina pressed. "Do you think he'd be that stupid?" "Sometimes anger clouds judgment." Eugene smirked. "He's more likely to lie there, seething, fantasizing about revenge but too scared to act on it. But if he's dumb enough to try, I'll just make sure he regrets it. I wouldn't mind, actually. I prefer when people come at me head on. Makes things simpler." Christina chuckled. "You really are a strange one, Sir Eugene." "Why?" "The Lionheart clan is one of the most prestigious families on the continent, yet your actions are more fitting for a hardened mercenary than a noble heir." Eugene arched an eyebrow. "Do you think noble heirs just sit around sipping tea while people rob them blind? Let's be real. You're trying to say I don't act like a young master." Christina smiled again, but said nothing. And Eugene? He didn't need her to. Christina smiled. "That's exactly what I said at the beginning. Weren't you being too unreasonable?" Eugene chuckled as he recalled those words. "Well, at least I didn't kill him." Eugene defended himself. "Instead, you cut his hand off at the wrist," Christina reminded him. "He needed to pay for his mistakes," Eugene said curtly. Jackson had refused to talk about the elves. "I can't say anything," Jackson had pleaded, begging for mercy. 300 years ago, when the 5 demon kings had tried to conquer the world, no races suffered more than the elves and the dragons. The dragons had always been few in number, but even so, half of them had perished fighting against the demon kings. The elves had it even worse. Before they could even take up arms, they started dying, falling victim to a plague. The ominous power of the demon kings was like poison to their pure, untainted bodies. The resulting pandemic, called the demonic disease, claimed the lives of countless elves, cutting short their naturally long lifespans. Some elves managed to escape, some were enslaved, and others, sickened by the world, returned to the Samar rainforest. Those who had once left for the outside world longed to return home. Others, who had never seen Samar, sought the legendary sanctuary deep within the forest. And those infected with the demonic disease? For them, returning wasn't just a wish. It was a desperate necessity. The disease would kill them in 5 years at most, but in Samar, they could survive much longer. Yet lately, no elves who attempted to return were able to find the sanctuary. Elves were long-lived, beautiful, and their youth never faded. For wealthy merchants and nobles, they were the ultimate prize. In the past, the city had been teeming with slavers, eager to capture and sell them. But now, they were gone. At least the ones who operated openly. The reason? Dark elves. A few years ago, they had arrived and begun their own hunt. Only their prey were the slavers and traffickers. Ruthless and efficient, they silenced the Informants Guild and took complete control of any elven arrivals. Why? Because they had an offer, one that no wandering elf could ignore. The sanctuary had shut its doors. No matter how far the elves searched, they wouldn't be welcomed. Their own kin had turned them away. But if they became dark elves, the slavers would no longer be a threat. The demonic disease would no longer be a death sentence. Even those already infected could survive. Dark elves didn't die from the disease. As the fire crackled in the dark forest, Christina broke the silence. Are you familiar with the Princess of Fury? Nights in the forest were long and heavy with shadows. Christina wasn't the type to complain. She was a saint, but far from delicate. She gathered firewood, started a fire, and helped set up camp without hesitation. I've heard of her, Eugene replied. Iris, the dark elf he hadn't killed 300 years ago. The adopted daughter of Fury. I should have killed her back then, Eugene thought. Oberon had sworn himself to the Demon King of Destruction, only to die when his own son tore out his throat. Iris had chosen a different path. She hadn't bowed to any Demon King or demon folk. Instead, she claimed to be the true heir of the Demon King of Fury, carving out her own domain in Helmuth. She was no ordinary rebel. She was vying to become a new Demon King. And her argument held weight. The vampires and lycanthropes had already pledged loyalty to the Queen of the Night Demons, Noir Giabella. Oberon's son and the Beast Folk remained bound to the Demon King of Destruction. But Iris? She was building something entirely new. The only ones who hadn't submitted to a Demon King or Demon Folk were the Giants and the Dark Elves. However, the Giants made no claim to Fury's legacy, and instead lived in Helmuth's backwoods. In the end, only Iris now claimed to be Fury's heir, aiming for the Demon King's throne. Setting aside her power, the Princess of Fury. Iris isn't well regarded in Helmuth, Christina said, staring into the campfire. Even in the Alcarte diocese, where I lived, people mocked her. As someone who wasn't a pure-blooded demon folk, more like a dark elf, she was ridiculed for coveting the Demon King's throne. Eugene snorted. The concept of pure-blooded demon folk is ridiculous. Apart from the demons, what other race can claim purity? Night demons and the rest are just demon subspecies. But they were still born as demon folk, Christina pointed out. 300 years ago, things weren't much different. Vampires and lycanthropes, those converted from humans, were despised by pure demon folk as hybrids. In contrast, black wizards were treated better due to the hierarchy between them. As the foster daughter of the Demon King of Fury, Iris can corrupt elves into dark elves, even though she isn't a demon king, Eugene said. That was why he regretted not killing Iris 300 years ago. Without her, dark elves wouldn't have grown in number. I know many high-ranking demon folk in Helmuth support Iris, but she refuses them, insisting on building her power alone, Christina added. How funny, Eugene muttered, gnawing the last bits of meat from the bone. Despised by purebloods, yet she clings to the idea of purity. There aren't many elves left, and even fewer dark elves. Does she really think she can form a force from them, compete with other demon folk, and become a demon king? She sure dreams big. There was no way Iris could become a demon king. Eugene knew the demon folk's power 300 years ago. Iris was strong, but not enough to surpass the highest-ranking demon folk, like the Queen of the Night Demons. And her forces couldn't compare. If a new demon king emerged, it would be one of Helmuth's 3 dukes: Noir Giabella, Queen of the Night Demons; Gavid Linman, Incarceration's Blade; Raizakia, the Black Dragon. The 3 were so entangled, they were practically sick of each other. But that's exactly why, out of all the demon folk on their level, 300 years ago, only they remained, Eugene thought. Jackson had spilled everything he knew about the Dark Elves, weeping. He feared they would kill him if he leaked information, begging Eugene not to ask about the elves. In other words, Jackson never intended to share information, he just wanted to profit from it. It seems Iris isn't following the Demon Kings of Incarceration or Destruction, Eugene mused. So when dealing with Dark Elves, he wouldn't have to worry about interference from the Demon Kings. The only one to watch out for was Iris. At least I shouldn't run into her here, Eugene thought. The Dark Elves took all the elves they persuaded back to Helmuth. Only Iris could corrupt elves, meaning she should still be in Helmuth, not the Samar rainforest. Silence fell over the camp, broken only by the crackling fire and chirping insects. Christina quietly sipped her tea while Eugene finished his meal. "What are you planning to do?" Christina eventually asked. "Do I need your permission?" Eugene responded, chewing the last bite. "For what?" "Murder." Christina hesitated. "I can't exactly give permission for that, but I will pray for you." "For my sin of murder?" Eugene asked sarcastically. "Not at all. I will pray for remembrance and purification." Christina smiled softly, bringing her hands together. Punishing the servants of darkness isn't a sin, but they were still born and raised in this world, souls that should have been led to the light. Our prayers are to guide them back from darkness, even if they cannot return. All saints must be crazy, Eugene thought, swallowing his last bite of meat. Anise came to mind. Earth to earth. In addition to her divine magic, Anise wielded a flail with terrifying efficiency. Ashes to ashes, the radiant weapon had shattered more than a few demon folk skulls. Dust to dust. Though she rarely had cause to use it, whenever battle forced her hand, she would lift her flail with a resigned sigh, then wade into the fray. Brilliant light, illuminate the darkness. With a flail crushing heads, holy water misting through the air, and wings aglow, Anise looked less like a saint and more like a lunatic. "By any chance, do you wield a flail as well?" Eugene asked cautiously. "Huh?" Christina blinked. "A flail? You're familiar with them, right?" "Of course, but I prefer a mace." "A mace?" "They're heavy, though," Christina admitted. "I don't usually carry one." Eugene hesitated before offering, "If you need one, just say the word. I've got a few in my cloak." Christina smiled gently. "Thank you." Just as she spoke, something tumbled out of the darkness, rolling to a stop at their feet. Neither she nor Eugene flinched as they looked down at the severed head of Jackson, the information broker. His tongue lolled out, eyes rolled so far back that only the whites remained. Christina exhaled. "About that mace? Can I borrow one now?" "No," Eugene replied flatly, wiping his hands on his trousers as he stood. "You said I don't need your permission, right? Then just stay here and pray." They had noticed the intruder long before he made his move. He'd crept closer under cover of silence, but Eugene had already decided how to deal with him. A voice came from the darkness. "Are you a slaver?" "If we say no, will you leave?" Eugene asked dryly. "I heard you've been asking around about the elves." The speaker stepped forward, revealing himself. A dark elf, his gaze sharp. Eugene looked at him, then at Jackson's head. The old man was just making a living. Did you really have to kill him? The dark elf ignored the question. "He told me about you, said you barged in demanding to buy information on elves. And he refused to sell us any," Eugene noted. The dark elf studied him. "You don't seem surprised. Have you heard about us already?" Eugene didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his mouth. The deliberate, almost fussy motion made the dark elf narrow his eyes. Do you even realize what situation you're in? Eugene shook out the handkerchief. Did you come here alone? What? I asked if you came here alone. Eugene tossed the handkerchief into the air. You impudent bastard! Before it could hit the ground, a storm tore it away. The dark elf's expression shifted instantly as the wind roared toward him. He instinctively sprang back, reaching for his waist, but Eugene was faster. The gust of wind had been nothing more than a distraction. Before the dark elf could react, Eugene had already closed the distance, using blink to appear right in front of him. Unarmed, Eugene lunged at his opponent with his bare hands. The dark elf, however, wasn't easy prey. He arched his body backward in an acrobatic motion, pivoting midair to send a spinning kick toward Eugene. Eugene smirked. Twisting his outstretched arm, he intercepted the kick with the back of his hand. But it wasn't just a simple block. The wind swirling around Eugene's palm erupted, engulfing the dark elf. Ugh! The dark elf grunted. The wind slashed like invisible blades. At the center of the storm, the dark elf instinctively shielded his head with both arms while reinforcing himself with mana. Crash. A shroud of gray mana enveloped him. Not bad, Eugene noted. His mana control is impressive, but his demonic power is mediocre. Though the dark elf was more skilled than the average low-level demon, his demonic energy was unremarkable. His true strength lay in his refined technique, honed over decades, if not centuries. Like their kin, dark elves lived for a long time. A 100-year-old human would be ancient, standing at the edge of death, while a 100-year-old elf was still seen as a child. With centuries to train, elves could achieve mastery that few humans could match. But did that make them superior to humans? Not necessarily. 300 years ago, Vermouth had been a human. So had Mullen, Anise, Sienna, and Hamel. Humanity was vast, numbering in the millions. And within those numbers, rare individuals emerged, monsters capable of shattering any limits, ignoring differences in lifespan and talent. The dark elf had no way of knowing he was facing one such monster. But now, there was no need for imagination. The reality before him made it abundantly clear. He didn't even understand how he had been slammed into the ground. One moment, he had been fighting, then suddenly, the world flipped, and he crashed down with bone-jarring force. His mind struggled to process what had just happened. Gah! The dark elf coughed, blood spurting from his lips. To an observer, it might have seemed like a clean back throw, but that wasn't all. Before the dark elf had even hit the ground, Eugene had already struck multiple times. First, he had grabbed the arm holding the dagger, twisting it sharply. As the dark elf's own elbow was driven into his ribs, his mana shield shattered. The bones in his arm snapped under the pressure. Then, a rising fist clipped his chin, just enough to knock him unconscious for an instant. And in the next moment, his back hit the ground. Pain surged through his body. Arms, ribs, shoulders, everything trembled violently, as if electrocuted. Not only were his bones fractured, but his organs had taken damage as well. Every breath was laced with the thick taste of blood. Struggling further was pointless. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided beatdown. Even so, the dark elf glared up at Eugene, fury burning in his eyes. He was no warrior, he felt no admiration for the opponent who had crushed him so effortlessly. "A human boy like you?" he spat. This encounter had been planned from the start. Rather than storming into the dark elves' territory, Eugene had lured them out, using Jackson as bait. If Jackson had kept his mouth shut, it wouldn't have worked. That was why Eugene had made sure he wouldn't stay silent, by cutting off one of his hands. Eugene dusted off his cloak, unfazed. "I don't know how to feel about that. I am human, and I suppose I'm young enough to be called a boy. Should I take that as an insult?" The dark elf coughed up more blood, forcing himself up with his unbroken arm. "I'll kill you," he growled. Eugene was all too familiar with hearing such words in moments like these. It meant there was no point in listening any further. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and stomped down on the dark elf's left hand. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking filled the air.
Gah!
The dark elf screamed, unable to endure the pain. Like all elves, one of his most distinguishing features was his long ears. Their length granted him an enhanced sense of hearing, allowing him to pick up even the faintest sounds. But right now, that keen sense confirmed something far more unsettling. The echoes of his own screams were bouncing back at him, trapped in a confined space. A spell, he realized. His voice wasn't carrying beyond the area. It was being contained. He clenched his jaw, swallowing any further screams, and struggled to pull his crushed hand free. But Eugene kept his foot firmly in place, crouching down to meet the dark elf's eyes. Dark skin, crimson eyes. Nothing about the dark elf's appearance had changed in the past 300 years. Eugene's expression remained indifferent as he reached forward, gripping the elf's cloak and tearing it away. Then, he yanked open the collar of his tunic. The dark elf's eyes widened in alarm, his face twisted with rage, and he spat a mouthful of blood at Eugene's face. "You bastard! I'd rather die than be violated by someone like you?" Eugene cut him off with a snort. "What the hell are you rambling about? Why would I be interested in violating you?" The idea itself was absurd. Not only was this dark elf a man, but even if it had been a woman, Eugene wouldn't have entertained such a thing for even a second. Even in his past life as a mercenary, he had never once taken a woman by force. Ignoring the dark elf's outburst, Eugene studied the exposed skin. "Just as I thought," he muttered. A tattoo stretched from the elf's left collarbone down to his chest. An upside-down goat skull with 2 pairs of horns, one set curved and the other straight. The sigil of the Demon King of Fury. This mark confirmed the dark elf's allegiance. He was one of Iris's subordinates, but something felt off. If he were from 300 years ago, he wouldn't be this sloppy. Eugene mused. That meant he had likely become a dark elf only recently, possibly after swearing allegiance to Iris. Or maybe he was just young. Either way, his affiliation was clear. "There are a few things I'd like to ask you," Eugene said. "I'd appreciate it if you cooperated." "Just kill me," the dark elf spat. He knew exactly what kind of questions a slaver would ask. No matter what happened, he refused to betray his own. Eugene remained unfazed. "If you're going to die anyway, wouldn't you rather it be painless?" Of course, he didn't expect the dark elf to break so easily. That was why he had sealed off the area, ensuring that no sound would escape. Eugene didn't enjoy torture, but he had never hesitated to use it when necessary. He pulled out the dagger he had taken from the dark elf, holding it casually in his hand. "This might take a while," Eugene remarked, glancing over his shoulder. "You should get some sleep instead of waiting up." Christina stood up. "Allow me to assist." Eugene raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly do you plan to help? Are you going to make him repent by reciting prayers? Or were you thinking of smashing his fingers with a mace?" Christina smiled. "I don't need such crude methods." She stepped beside him, wand in hand. Eugene shrugged and shifted his weight, pulling the dark elf's left arm behind his back. "So, what's your plan?" Christina's smile didn't falter. An interrogation. The cross at the tip of Christina's wand pressed against her chest as she met the dark elf's gaze with a serene smile. Her lips twitched. Whoosh! A surge of divine power flared from the blue jewel at the wand's center, flickering toward the dark elf. His body tensed, drenched in sweat. As a being tainted by demonic power, he recoiled instinctively from the holy light, twisting against Eugene's grip. "Look at me," Christina whispered. Her voice was gentle, almost childlike, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Eugene stiffened. "This is..." From his position behind the dark elf, Eugene had a perfect view, but he couldn't identify the spell Christina was using. Anise had never wielded anything like this. Eugene had studied magic extensively in Akron, including forbidden arts, but divine spells remained out of his reach. However, he knew that mental magic, unlike conventional spells, was a domain the Black Tower specialized in. Even so, true mastery of the mind wasn't found in black magic. It belonged to holy magic. 300 years ago, the most feared force among black wizards hadn't been fellow spellcasters, but the Inquisitors of Eurus. Their relentless crusades had branded black wizards as less than human. Though times had changed, Inquisitors still existed. Their purpose now shifted toward keeping the Holy Empire's priests in line. "You even know how to use this kind of divine spell?" Eugene asked. "I don't enjoy using it," Christina replied. "You should have used it earlier." "On the informant? He was just a foul-tempered human, not a heretic." Christina lowered her wand, straightening as the dark elf slumped, murmuring incoherently in a garbled tongue. "As you can see," Christina continued, "his will is broken. His mind has collapsed, and now he speaks the truth directly from his soul." Eugene had never seen a niece use such a spell, though she surely could have. "This magic isn't to be used lightly," Christina admitted. "I dislike resorting to it, but this is a fallen elf. There was no reason to hesitate." She clasped her hands in prayer. "Through his confession, we come closer to fulfilling our divine mission. Surely God will listen and guide this corrupted soul back into the light." "So, you're saying it's fine to kill him?" Eugene asked flatly. "It's not killing, it's purification," Christina corrected with a serene smile. "A snake in the guise of a saint." Like a niece, Christina wore a mask of virtue, concealing something far more dangerous underneath. Eugene grabbed the dark elf by the collar, dragging him up as he stood. The elf, lost in delirium, continued muttering to himself. Eugene had planned to find a quiet corner to dispose of him. Christina followed. Eugene decided to let Christina do as she wished. Instead of simply slitting the dark elf's throat, he laid him on the ground and placed a hand on his chest. A moment later, the dark elf's heart stopped. Christina, surprised at the sight, walked over to the lifeless elf and knelt down. Placing her hands together, she spent a few moments in prayer before lifting her wand. Whoosh! A radiant light burst forth, swallowing the dark elf's body. Within moments, his form crumbled into ashes, disappearing entirely. "Almighty God of light, please receive this corrupted soul and render unto him your judgment. Light up the darkness within him and burn away the karma he has accrued with your divine flame," Christina prayed. Her prayer resembled the one engraved on Hamill's grave, different in words, but sharing the same foundation. "Was my help useful?" Christina asked as she rose to her feet. "Yep," Eugene answered honestly. Without her spell, he would have spent the entire night torturing the dark elf for information. "Let's postpone our rest for tonight," Eugene proposed. "Are you worried about being pursued?" Christina asked. The dark elf had acted alone, but there was no telling if more were nearby. Since they had already encountered one, it was safer not to linger. Besides, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Moving through the early morning hours was the better option. "We also have a long way to go," Eugene added. Through the interrogation, they had confirmed crucial details. The dark elf had personally admitted to serving Iris as a member of Fury's Independence Army, an organization made up entirely of dark elves. While recruiting elves who entered Samar, they were also searching for the lost elven sanctuary. But not all elves succumbed to their persuasion. Some refused to become dark elves and instead fled deeper into the rainforest, avoiding both slavers and barbaric tribes. These elves sought the sanctuary, hoping the world tree still stood tall. However, with the entrance blocked, many had formed a hidden village instead. Even traveling at full speed, it would take them at least a month to reach this village from the outskirts of the Samar rainforest. Then there was the matter of the Guardian. The elves who had gathered in the village weren't defenseless. A guardian protected them from slavers and hostile tribes, ensuring their survival in the unforgiving rainforest. It's said that the elves living there avoid all contact with humans, Christina mentioned cautiously. "We'll just have to make them feel welcome," Eugene replied confidently. "And how do we do that?" Christina asked, uncertain. "Do you really think elves would reject all gifts?" Eugene shrugged. No one in the world dislikes a gift. The dark elf they had interrogated knew nothing about the sanctuary. As Eugene expected, he was a young elf born outside the sanctuary, unaware of its secrets. What Eugene needed was an elf who had lived within. If possible, someone who knew Sienna. If they found an elf who had left the sanctuary 200 years ago, there was a chance they had encountered her on their way out. Elves were known for their speed, particularly in the forest. Their legs moved with such grace and swiftness that it often appeared as though they had magical assistance. However, no amount of speed could help an elf with only one leg outrun their pursuers. Though the elf was fast enough to make it seem unbelievable that they had only one leg, there was no way they could outrun the skilled slavers trailing them. Their heart felt as though it might burst at any moment, and their makeshift prosthetic leg had begun to break apart. Dizziness swirled in their head, and they could feel their body weakening, but they refused to stop. Having finally reached Samar, they feared that if they collapsed now, they would wake up somewhere they didn't recognize, unsure of where they were. "Haya!" The piercing calls of their pursuers echoed closer. These were the hunting cries of the native tribes from the rainforest. The tribal warriors, perched atop their massive Vacon wolves, were chasing the elf with gleeful excitement. The slavers could have easily caught the elf, but they chose not to. Instead, they were intent on dragging out the chase to break the elf's spirit, to prolong the hunt until the elf was exhausted. Elves were a highly sought-after commodity. The slavers didn't want to injure their prey. They had to be in good condition for resale. They preferred selling elves to foreign traders who came to Samar specifically to purchase them. The elf, already running with a limp, suddenly came to a halt with a sharp gasp. "Ah!" In their haste, the elf had failed to notice the dangerous surroundings. More than that, the fear induced by the native tribe's cries had clouded their judgment, leading them dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. Shaky eyes scanned the drop beneath them. The cliff led down to a river far below. They needed to find another way, but as they began to retreat, a spear struck the ground with a thud just inches from them. "Kaya!" The elf let out a frightened scream, their shoulders trembling with terror. The warriors, riding their Vacon wolves, had blocked the elf's path. The wolves growled menacingly, showing their sharp teeth. The natives, their faces hidden behind grotesque masks, snickered and motioned for the elf to surrender. Their gestures implied that the elf should stop resisting and accept their fate. The elf clenched their trembling lips, frustration and fear overwhelming them. They had no way of communicating with these barbarians. After their first encounter, the elf had begged for mercy, but the natives spoke in a language the elf didn't understand, making any pleas futile. Hesitantly, the elf took a step back. A few of the natives dismounted their wolves and approached. They lowered their spears, their outstretched arms signaling no immediate harm. But despite their calm demeanor, the elf could see the greed and lust burning behind their round, hollowed-out eye sockets. Their hungry eyes sent a wave of instinctual dread through the elf. Swallowing the scream that threatened to escape their lips, the elf made a desperate decision. They leaped off the cliff. Stomp, stomp. Christina was standing by the riverbank, her trouser cuffs rolled up, stomping on a pile of laundry. Before becoming a saint candidate, she had been an orphan, abandoned at a monastery, so she was no stranger to tasks like these. "It seems like you're enjoying yourself," Christina said, narrowing her eyes at Eugene, who was sitting comfortably by the river. Though she was used to such chores, it didn't mean she enjoyed them. "It's not like I'm just playing around," Eugene replied defensively. Eugene had set up a fishing rod and was seated by the water's edge, but he wasn't really focusing on fishing. Instead, he had a chair set up and was absorbed in a magic book. "By reading this book, I learn more magic, and by learning more magic, I get stronger," Eugene explained. "And the stronger I get, the less danger we'll face in the future. That means you're quite wordy today," Christina interrupted him. "That's because I've already had to explain this several times, but you keep questioning me." Eugene shrugged, flipping a page. "If you didn't want to suffer like this, then you shouldn't have followed me." "I'm not overworking you," Eugene continued. "You're familiar with the term role allocation, right?" Christina sighed exasperatedly. "You're right, I said something pointless. Please just focus on your reading." Eugene, undeterred, carried on. "It's not like I'm making you do all the chores either. I handle the hunting, the fighting, and even drying the laundry. All you need to do is the laundry and the cooking. And let's be honest, your cooking isn't that great, so I usually take care of that too." "Aren't you supposed to be studying?" Christina reminded him. "Now that you mention it, I have to say, your cooking has way too many issues," Eugene continued, completely ignoring her remark. "Haven't I told you 100 times already? I like stronger flavors. And the meat, don't overcook it, just enough so it's still dripping with blood." "I'm doing it for your health, Sir Eugene," Christina defended herself. "I think you're just cooking to your own taste," Eugene accused. "I'm perfectly healthy. A rare steak covered in spices isn't going to kill me." Christina gave up, pressing her lips together in silence. They'd been in this forest for over a month now. A lot had happened, and Christina had learned one thing for sure. Eugene was impossible to argue with. No matter how many debates they had, she had never won a single one. She always believed that as a priest, she should be patient and compassionate. But talking to Eugene made her want to forget all that and just punch him in the back of the head. "Does that book have any spells for washing clothes?" she asked hopefully. "Does your holy magic have any laundry spells?" Eugene shot back. "Why would holy magic include laundry spells?" Christina protested. "Then why should I have to learn them?" Eugene pointed out. "How often do you think I'll need to do my own laundry?" That was a lie. He actually did know a few laundry spells from his time in Arath, but he had Christina doing it just to amuse himself. If she found out, she might actually punch him. Besides, she was washing her own clerical uniform, not his. Eugene had plenty of extra clothes packed away in his cloak, but Christina didn't have that luxury. She had a bag with some spatial enchantments, but it couldn't compare to the Cloak of Darkness. They couldn't go a day in this forest without getting their clothes dirty, but Christina couldn't stand wearing anything less than a pristine clerical robe. Just wear something else. A priest must wear their clerical robes, especially since I am here by God's will, Sir Eugene. I absolutely cannot remove my priestly garments. Eugene understood her reasoning. In his past life, a niece had also insisted on wearing her clerical uniform during their travels. Though in Helmuth, she just wore whatever she could find, Eugene recalled. Either way, Christina had chosen to wash her robes in freezing river water, barefoot. He felt no guilt about skipping the laundry spell. He'd dry her clothes with wind magic once she was done. Wasn't that enough? Eugene suddenly hummed, pausing his reading. It wasn't because of the fishing rod. He stood up, dusting off his pants, and looked upstream. "A monster?" Christina asked, pausing as she wrung out her robes. The forest was full of them, but it could also be bandits. Since they were near a river, it was more likely they'd disturbed something in the water. "No," Eugene said, picking up his fishing rod. "It's a big catch." Grinning, he cast his line. As it flew out, it glowed with his mana. He controlled it with his will, hooking something that had floated downstream. "An elf?" Christina said, eyes widening. Eugene reeled in the elf, dragging their soaked body onto the riverbank. The Samar rainforest was always muggy, but the river water was ice cold. The elf's skin was deathly pale, but they were still breathing. Eugene summoned a wind spirit to dry their clothes, then conjured a small flame. "Christina," he called. "Yes." She immediately abandoned her laundry and knelt beside the elf. A soft light radiated from her hands, sweeping over the unconscious figure. Color returned to their skin, the change visible within seconds. "So, they're a slave," Eugene stated flatly. Pulling up the elf's tattered garment, he spotted the unmistakable branding near their stomach. Though slavery had been outlawed in his past life, He knew all too well that such practices persisted in the shadows. "Their leg," Christina murmured, a note of distress in her voice. "It was removed a long time ago, probably by their own hand," Eugene observed, shifting his gaze to their left side. The amputation site looked aggravated, blood seeping where a crude prosthetic had rubbed the skin raw. "Do you think they escaped from a slave trader?" Christina asked. "We'll get answers once they regain consciousness," Eugene replied. Despite the elf's miserable state, this encounter might prove useful. He grasped their shoulders and gave them a firm shake. "Gah!" The elf coughed violently, spewing up water before their eyelids even fluttered open. A low groan escaped their lips as they instinctively tried to wrench free from Eugene's grip. "You really shouldn't be moving around just yet," Eugene warned. Their condition was critical. He had only administered basic aid, and even that was barely sufficient. Their frail body bore the evidence of past torment. Deep bruises, multiple fractures. However, judging by the injuries, this wasn't the result of a typical beating. It was more likely that they had plummeted from a great height before being swallowed by the current. "Ah!" the elf shrieked as their eyes fully opened, taking in their surroundings. "Yeah, I should have told them not to scream first," Eugene muttered, releasing them. The elf scrambled backward in alarm, their wide eyes darting between him and Christina. Who are you two? Tribals?" they stammered. Eugene raised a brow. "That's a hell of a way to thank someone for saving your life." I apologize. Truly, 1,000 apologies." The elf stuttered, frantically bowing and knocking their forehead against the dirt. Christina, watching this reaction with amusement, turned to Eugene with a teasing smile. "It seems your appearance and demeanor have frightened them, Sir Eugene." "What exactly is wrong with my face?" Eugene shot back. "It may not have an elf's elegance, but I wouldn't say it's unpleasant." Christina let out a soft chuckle. Still prostrated on the ground, the elf hastily nodded. Yes, the Lord's face is truly striking, so magnificent that no elf could possibly compare, and the madam is also breathtakingly beautiful." "Madam?" Eugene repeated, blinking. I meant young lady. The young lady is exceptionally beautiful," the elf corrected in a panic. Eugene exhaled in exasperation. "Is there something wrong with their head too?" Upon hearing this, the elf abruptly ceased their frantic hand gestures and instead began slamming their forehead against the ground once more. "You're right. My head is not well. I must have hit it too hard. Please forgive any foolishness or mistakes." Eugene sighed and stepped away. "This one's all yours," he told Christina, leaving her to deal with the situation. Christina, smiling warmly, pointed to a nearby basket of damp clothes before addressing the elf in a soothing tone. "I've always heard that elves are known for their beauty, and you certainly live up to that reputation. My name is Christina. I am a priest who serves the god of light. That man over there, diligently drying laundry, is my companion and protector. There's no need to fear him." "Companion and protector?" Eugene clicked his tongue but didn't argue, instead summoning a breeze to quicken the drying process. Christina continued gently. "We mean you no harm. In fact, we wish to help you. You've endured enough hardship." The elf hesitated, their eyes flickering between the two. You really mean that?" "Of course," Christina reassured them. "A priest's duty is to aid those in need, and if a true hero existed, he would never turn a blind eye to suffering." She shot Eugene a pointed look as she said this. Eugene ignored her and folded the now dry clothes. The elf gulped, lowering their head. My name is Nerissa." And with that, she began recounting a story so harrowing it could break even the hardest of hearts. Simply put, Nerissa was a fugitive slave. A decade ago, a wealthy merchant from the Kiel Empire had purchased her in the black market. "How old are you now?" Christina asked gently. Nerissa hesitated before answering. "I'm 130. Eugene muttered under his breath. "That would make you about 13 in human years." Christina furrowed her brow. Human years? What are you talking about? The lifespan of an elf can stretch to nearly 1,000 years, Eugene explained. A human, if they live long and avoid illness, might reach 100. If you scale that down, an elf's 100 years is roughly equivalent to a human's 10. Christina shook her head, baffled. That's absurd, she murmured. The logic sounded ridiculous, but Nerissa quickly nodded in agreement, clapping her hands in a show of eagerness. Yes! Even though I'm 130 in elf years, I'm really just 13 by human standards. Eugene pressed on. Where's your homeland? Were you born in Samar? Nerissa hesitated before answering softly. I was born on Mount Odon, in the Keel Empire. Eugene raised an eyebrow. There were elves living there? Not anymore. Nerissa's voice trailed off, her head lowering as silence settled over them. They didn't need to ask what had happened. It was uncommon for elves to live in seclusion deep in the mountains, but it was even more common for such hidden elves to be captured by slavers. Christina let out a deep sigh. How tragic. For the first time in a long while, she truly looked like a saint. She pulled Nerissa into an embrace, gently stroking her trembling back. You must have suffered so much, she murmured, her voice thick with sympathy. You had to sever your own ankle just to escape, and then you fled all the way into this forest. Eugene stepped past them, saying nothing, as Christina continued to console the elf. She glanced at him briefly, then simply nodded, causing Eugene to smirk. Elves were a resilient race. Unlike humans, they had a natural connection to all spirits and could perceive mana instinctively without formal training. Their bodies were also incredibly flexible and far more durable than any humans. Hunters who pursued elves knew exactly what they were up against. They never went in blind. They studied their targets, preparing meticulously before making their move. The same was true for the indigenous tribes of this forest. These people were born and raised as hunters. For an ordinary human, plummeting from a towering cliff and landing in the river below would have been a death sentence. From such heights, hitting water was no different from smashing against stone. A human would have perished, but an elf wouldn't. Their survival wasn't solely due to their physical strength. An elf's bond with spirits meant that the elements themselves shielded them. Their legendary speed came from the winds pushing them forward. That same unseen force had likely cushioned Nerissa's fall, just as the river had carried her to safety. But the slavers knew that too. That's why they never stopped chasing her. Sitting atop a large boulder, Eugene glanced at the approaching figures. So, you're from the Garung tribe? It had been a month since they'd first ventured into the rainforest. They hadn't just been wandering aimlessly all this time. They'd crossed paths with a handful of merchants braving the wilderness, as well as several indigenous tribes. Not all encounters had been friendly. The merchants sneered at Christina's guise as a missionary, while some of the tribes had attempted to enslave the two travelers, assuming they'd be easy prey without an escort. Each one had swiftly paid for their misjudgment. Through these interactions, Eugene had learned a great deal about the tribes scattered throughout the rainforest. The deeper one ventured into the jungle, the more hostile the natives became, especially toward outsiders. The Garung were among the most ruthless. Any foreigner who fell into their hands became a slave of their tribe. If the captured individual happened to be a wealthy merchant or an aristocrat, there was a small chance they'd be ransomed back, provided their family was willing to pay an exorbitant sum. But luck was a fickle thing. Those who weren't fortunate enough to be worth a ransom weren't just killed, they were eaten. The Garung were one of the tribes known for practicing cannibalism. Outsider, a native growled, perched atop a massive wolf. He pulled up his mask, revealing a scarred face marked with tattoos. His sharp eyes locked onto Eugene. What you doing here? His voice was rough, his words slow and slightly slurred. Eugene smirked. What's it look like? Just resting. The native's eyes narrowed. A noble? From where? Eugene tilted his head. Who's asking? The native sniffed the air, his expression darkening. "This smell." Eugene chuckled, lifting a corner of his cloak. "Smell? I bathe daily, you know. Pretty tidy, if I do say so myself." "It smells of elf," the native snarled. Eugene raised an eyebrow. "Do I look like an elf to you?" The native yanked his mask back down. "Gurung's prey, you steal it?" Eugene shrugged. Didn't know prey had an owner, thought it was finders, keepers. The wolves lunged. Vakhan wolves were monstrous beasts native to the Samar rainforest, unnervingly fast for their massive size. Worse yet, their claws secreted a paralytic venom, ensuring their prey couldn't escape once struck. The Gurung tribe knew how to tame such creatures. Raised from birth to serve as mounts, these wolves carried warriors effortlessly through the dense jungle, striking with lethal precision. They moved like shadows across the uneven terrain, lunging at prey with fangs and venom-laced claws. As they charged, Eugene stood atop his rock, watching. The lead wolf leapt first, claws flashing. Slash! Blood sprayed midair. A stone column shot from the ground, impaling the wolf instantly. It howled in agony, but its rider wasted no time. Kicking off the dying beast's back, the warrior lunged at Eugene with a shrill battle cry. "Kia!" Eugene hadn't even drawn a weapon. He caught the spear midair with one hand, yanked the warrior forward, and drove his fist into his face. Crack. The man's skull caved under the blow, and he crumpled. Eugene barely spared him a glance. Instead, he inspected the spear now in his hands. Its gleaming tip wasn't metal. It was coated in the Vakhan wolf's paralytic venom. Smirking, Eugene hopped down from the boulder. The wolves, once charging, had frozen in place. Boom! The stone column collapsed back into the ground, dropping the impaled wolf into the dirt. It was still breathing, but barely. "A wizard?" One of the warriors muttered in the common tongue, his sharp eyes locking onto Eugene. He pointed at the fallen tribesman. "You killed Garung's warrior." Eugene tilted his head. "Pretty sure he's still alive." The warrior snarled. The downed man was twitching, groaning, his face shattered but not quite dead. "Number you killed him. He no fight anymore." The warrior's gaze flicked to his comrades. One by one, the warriors dismounted from their wolves. The air shifted. Mana fluctuated. Eugene's expression hardened. These weren't mere savages. The Garung warriors were strong enough to take on armed escorts protecting nobles and merchants alike. "Woo! Ah, woo!" A chilling howl swept through the forest. The ground rumbled beneath Eugene's feet. The warriors lowered into stances, muscles tensed. Eugene exhaled, glancing at the ground. Spirits of the earth, he realized. Samar's natives weren't just warriors. They were shamans, deeply connected to the land. Unlike mages, who forced the earth to move, they persuaded it, making it far more responsive. But something was off. This wasn't just earth magic. Eugene frowned. This taste? It felt similar to black magic, but different. This wasn't demonic power. It was shamanism, raw and untamed. Then the wolves' bodies shuddered. Their souls left them, flooding into their riders. The warriors trembled as their forms twisted, the air thick with an eerie hum. The ominous sound grew louder. Eugene spit to the side, gripping his spear. Bang! The warriors launched themselves forward, their movements an uncanny fusion of human and beast. The sensation of the monsters' souls merging with their bodies had already been unsettling, but seeing their transformed agility stirred something deeper in Eugene, memories he'd rather not recall. They moved like the Death Knight, the one created when the soul of a lycanthrope had been forced into Hammel's corpse. Boom. The air split apart as Eugene hurled his spear, tearing one of the warriors to shreds mid-air. Back at the riverside, Eugene found Nerissa folding clothes instead of Christina. "Why are you making her do that?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at Christina. "I'm not making her do anything," Christina replied. "She wanted to repay the favor, so she started working on her own. Even so, You could have just told her she didn't need to. And make her feel awkward? She volunteered of her own free will. Denying that would have been rude, Christina countered. She was seated in the chair Eugene had left by the river, her gaze scanning him briefly before she gave a small smile. So, which tribe was it? The Garung. At the mention of the name, Nerissa flinched, her hands pausing in their task. The Gurung aren't a small tribe, Christina noted. Did you get all of them? Eugene scoffed. What, do you think I only killed some? Or that I should have given them a warning? Maybe told them how strong I am and advised them to walk away if they didn't want to die? They wouldn't have listened. Christina sighed. Exactly. Eugene had no desire to waste time on unnecessary conflicts. If there had been a way to resolve things peacefully, he would have taken it. But reasoning with the Garung warriors had never been an option. Had he tried to negotiate, they likely would have demanded everything he had in exchange for the elf's freedom. Well, it's not like we're staying here forever. So, what did she say? Eugene asked. Christina tilted her head toward Nerissa. Why don't you ask her yourself? Eugene glanced at the elf. She won't even look me in the eye? Christina chuckled. Elven ears can be a little too sharp for their own good. She stood up, prompting Nerissa to rise as well. The elf immediately lowered her head, bowing repeatedly as she stammered, I'm sorry, your great and fearsome lordship. I overheard things I shouldn't have. I'm so sorry. Eugene frowned. What does she mean by that? Did I say anything important while I was over there? He muttered as he stepped toward the tent. The large tent was a modified artifact, enchanted for convenience. With a simple press of a button on the central pole, it collapsed in on itself neatly. Though still bulky, it was no burden for Eugene. He simply tucked it into his cloak. Turning back to Nerissa, he asked, So, what exactly did you hear? Nerissa's voice trembled. They were screaming, pleading for their lives. Please, have mercy. Oh? Just a moment ago, you were acting all tough, striking poses like you were invincible. Now, you're groveling? How pathetic. I belong to the Garung tribe. If I don't make it back, they'll send others after me. Not to mention, my comrades aren't far behind. Even if I spare you, they'll still hunt me down. I took your prey after all. Killing you now just means one less enemy chasing me. Wouldn't you say that's the smarter choice? Nerissa lowered her head, guilt washing over her. It's my fault. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Eugene sighed. It's more annoying than anything else. But honestly, did you ever ask for my help? You were unconscious, floating down the river. I pulled you out because I felt like it. I killed those men because I wanted to. You never once asked me to step in. He tucked the neatly folded clothes Nerissa had prepared into his cloak. Christina, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Sir Eugene, will you be carrying her? Carry her? Eugene frowned. What kind of ridiculous... He stopped mid-sentence as his eyes fell on Nerissa's leg. Her left foot was missing. Noticing his gaze, Nerissa stiffened. She forced herself upright, straightening her back, as if that alone would make her seem stronger. I can walk just fine, she insisted hurriedly. I can still move even with one leg. If I find a sturdy branch, I'll turn it into a crutch. I won't be a burden, so please, please don't. Enough with the please already, Eugene muttered, rubbing his temples. Nerissa's eyes welled up. Sorry, I mean... She caught herself too late. Eugene groaned, and stopped apologizing for every little thing. With a flick of his fingers, he called upon the wind spirits. A sudden gust lifted Nerissa off her feet. She yelped, arms flailing in panic as she floated in the air. Let me know if you need to take a piss while we're traveling, Eugene remarked nonchalantly. Don't hold it in until it's too late. Nerissa gulped, struggling to steady herself midair. Oh, understood. As an elf, she had some experience with summoning spirits, though her skill was only slightly above beginner level. Most elves didn't bother training extensively in magic. With their long lifespans, they preferred to spend centuries chatting with birds and tending to the forests rather than honing their abilities. Even though Nerissa had lived for 130 years, her command over spirits was far from exceptional. That said, elves were still a unique race. Given enough time, an elven archmage could effortlessly outclass even the most accomplished human wizard. After hesitating, Nerissa asked softly, "Sir Eugene, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?" Eugene replied without hesitation, "If we're talking elf years, about 200. Nerissa blinked in surprise before realization dawned. Oh, I see. That's incredible. You're so young, yet you command spirits with such ease. And you're strong enough to make even those fearsome warriors tremble. I truly admire you." Her voice, once filled with fear, now carried admiration. Her wide eyes reflected newfound respect, and Christina, who had been observing, let out an amused snort. "First, she tells you your face is so striking that even elves can't compare. And now she says she admires you?" Christina teased. "Seems like you're collecting more compliments today than you have in your entire life." Eugene smirked. "Not really. I've been told plenty of times that I have a handsome face." In his past life as Hamel, no one had ever said such a thing. But in this life, he had heard it often enough. Even when he caught his reflection in water or a mirror, he sometimes thought to himself, "Damn, I really am good looking." Christina's expression turned serious. "Eugene, you're not planning on ditching her halfway because she might slow us down, are you? I'd like to believe you're not that heartless." Eugene rolled his eyes. "If I was going to abandon her, I wouldn't have saved her in the first place. Besides, this works in our favor. Now, we have a perfect excuse. We're just escorting an elf back to her village. No matter how dangerous the guardian protecting the village is, he wouldn't turn away one of his own." At Eugene's words, Nerissa let out a quiet breath of relief. Then, Eugene suddenly turned toward her. "By the way, Nerissa." Nerissa flinched. Yes? Did you come here searching for the elven sanctuary, said to be hidden at the base of the world tree?" "That was part of it, but I also figured it would be easier to stay out of sight in a rainforest rather than in a city. And I wouldn't have to worry about the demonic disease as much." Nerissa trailed off. Eugene studied her closely. "But you don't seem to have the demonic disease, do you?" No, not yet, but who knows when it could happen," Nerissa murmured, lowering her head. The demonic disease was an affliction unique to elves. Sienna, who had once lived peacefully in the elven sanctuary, had left its safety because of this very disease. While cases were rare now, 3 centuries ago, when all 5 demon kings were still alive, countless elves had succumbed to it. Even those within the sanctuary hadn't been spared. Because of this, Sienna had ventured beyond its borders. Her goal had been simple: to eliminate all 5 demon kings and ensure no more elves suffered from the demonic disease. "It's an incurable affliction," Christina muttered. "Even divine magic's light can't heal it. Not even the demon king of incarceration has taken responsibility for it. He simply calls it an inevitable disease." "Well, that figures. The only way to eliminate the disease would be for all the demon kings and demon folk to drop dead," Eugene remarked dryly before turning back to Nerissa. "Were your parents also born outside the rainforest?" "Yes," Nerissa admitted cautiously. That meant she wouldn't be useful in locating the sanctuary. Eugene held back the urge to say it outright, but the thought lingered in his mind. Ujicha, a senior warrior of the Gurung tribe, was a massive figure, his presence as imposing as a stone carving. His shaved head and muscular frame were covered in scars and intricate tattoos. Cold fury burned in his eyes as he surveyed the battlefield. Then, his voice carried his grim conclusion. It was a massacre. That was the only way to describe what had happened. The warriors of the tribe and the Vakahan wolves had been utterly wiped out. As Ujicha stepped forward, he examined the fallen. Then, something caught his attention. The bodies, though left for days and partially devoured by beasts, still bore clear wounds, each inflicted in a different way. Some had been struck down by fists, others slashed with a blade. Some were skewered by a spear, others obliterated as if caught in an explosion. Some corpses appeared as though they had been crushed in the grip of some enormous creature. But despite the varied injuries, the tracks imprinted in the dirt told a different story. All of this was done by a single person, Ujicha muttered. He wasn't alone in this realization. A man dressed in a loose-fitting shirt that let the breeze move freely against his skin approached and stopped beside him. So, the man spoke. The proud warriors of the Garang tribe couldn't handle just one opponent and even lost their prey? That seems to be the case, Ujicha admitted. The veins on his bald head throbbed with fury. His glare shifted toward the man beside him as he growled in a low, menacing tone. I'll track him down and reclaim what's ours. Of course you will. The man nodded. Do you realize how eager our young master was when he heard you be presenting him with that elf? If he wants elves, there are others we can bring him. Ujicha grunted. The slave market is opening again soon. There should be at least 1 or 2 elves for sale this time. The Garang tribe wasn't the only one involved in this trade. Other nearby tribes would also participate. Held twice a year, the market dealt in enslaved criminals, trained beasts, and unfortunate foreigners who had been captured. The slave market wasn't just attended by the natives of Samar. Foreign nobles and merchants with strong ties to the tribes often found their way there as well. However, their main interest wasn't necessarily in purchasing slaves. Rather, they came to witness the rare spectacle, an event that only took place twice a year. No, other elves won't do. Our young master. Well, let's just say he has slightly unusual tastes, the man admitted with a shrug, his expression a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He's obsessed with elves who've had a body part amputated. You get what I'm saying, right? He has a bit of an amputee fetish, something along those lines. He likes them missing a limb, or even just an eye. If that's what he wants, I can just cut them up for him, Ujicha offered bluntly. No, I'm telling you, that won't work. If that were an option, don't you think I would have considered it already? The man countered. The young master insists that he can't get excited by something artificial. He needs to know they were already missing a limb before he got his hands on them. That's why he's fixated on that one-legged elf. Sure, she probably wasn't born that way. But for him, the difference is everything. He wants an elf whose foot was taken from them, not one whose foot he personally removed. So he's just insane. Ujicha snorted in disgust. He had no interest in understanding the young noble's twisted preferences. The man, unfazed, continued. Besides, if you buy an elf from the market, you still have to pay, right? Why waste money when we can catch that one-legged elf for free? Brawn, don't rush me, Ujicha growled. I'm not rushing you. Does it sound like I am? Brawn mused before kicking one of the corpses at his feet. That aside, his skills must be impressive. From what I can tell, he doesn't seem to come from a knightly background. Could he be a mercenary? But what kind of mercenary would come all the way here just to wander through the forest alone? He must be a hunter, Ujicha guessed. If he made it this deep into the forest on his own, he's no ordinary hunter, Braun muttered. It's been 2 days since the killings. We can still catch up to him, Ujicha stated, grinding his teeth in barely suppressed rage. That's good. This trip has been getting a bit boring. Let's go after him together, Braun suggested. But we're not going in alone, are we? One man may have taken out all your warriors, but he might have companions. Are you scared? Ujicha taunted. Haha, me? One of Shimuin's 12 finest? Scared? Braun laughed, clapping Ujicha hard on the shoulder. Still, once he settled down, Braun added in a more serious tone. It's always better to be cautious. The forest at night was unpredictable. Even after a month in Samar, Eugene and Christina still took turns standing guard. Their party had grown with the addition of Nerissa, an elf whose sharp hearing made her an asset. However, since she lacked the strength to protect herself in an emergency, She wasn't allowed to stand guard alone. So, as always, Eugene and Christina remained the only ones alternating shifts. Eugene wasn't sure how Christina viewed his actions, but he showed his respect in his own way. The first and last watches of the night were the easiest, so he always let Christina take those, keeping the most difficult middle shift for himself. A quiet voice called his name, "Sir Eugene." His eyes snapped open instantly. Without any sign of fatigue, he sat up. Christina crouched just outside his tent. "Anything to report?" he asked. Christina shook her head. Nothing happened. Though monsters roamed the forest at night, Christina's barrier kept their camp hidden. Normally, they would have been attacked several times already, but her magic concealed them. Still, Eugene never fully relied on it. His days as a mercenary had taught him the danger of trusting others' vigilance too much. More than once, careless night watchers had nearly gotten him killed. "Are you sure you're not tired?" Christina asked. "You were busy today. I don't mind taking over. Why not sleep in?" She was referring to his earlier fight with the Garung warriors, but Eugene just smirked. "I didn't even break a sweat," he replied. "I'll wake you in 5 hours. Get some rest." Christina didn't argue. In the past, she might have, but she had learned by now. Eugene never backed down on things like this. It wasn't that he disregarded others' concerns, but he was simply too strict with his own standards. "All right, I'll leave it to you." She nodded and withdrew. After running a hand through his hair to fix his bedhead, Eugene stepped out of his tent. He had prepared multiple tents in advance, one for Christina, another for Nerissa, and a spare for himself. He glanced at Christina's tent to ensure she had gone inside before settling by the campfire. Across from him, Nerissa slept peacefully. Eugene cleared his throat as he flipped open his cloak and pulled out a book, a magic textbook he had already read several times. Levelian had given it to him the day he left Aeroth. I should have written to Teacher Levelian when I had the chance. Eugene respected Levelian deeply. Even when counting the years of his past life as Hamel, Levelian was still older than him, which made his admiration even stronger. Time passed as he read. The night was anything but silent. Insects chirped, branches rustled in the wind, and distant growls echoed from the darkness. Eugene coughed again and kept reading. Ever since their first night camping in the woods, Christina had proven to be a deep sleeper. Tonight was no different. The moment she lay down, she drifted off, leaving only the soft sound of her steady breathing inside the tent. Eugene let out a sigh, snapping his book shut. "Is there something you want from me?" His words weren't directed at Christina. She was already fast asleep. Across the campfire, the opposite tent shifted slightly before the flap slowly lifted. Nerissa peeked out. I'm sorry. I told you to stop saying that," Eugene reminded her. Nerissa's shoulders drooped. Without looking at her, Eugene calmly tossed another log onto the fire. "Is it the forest noises keeping you up?" he asked. "Or is it everything that happened today? Are you too afraid to sleep?" Nerissa stayed silent. "Well, if you're worried about something, let me be clear. I'm not going to abandon you while you sleep," Eugene said matter-of-factly. "And I'm not just helping you out of kindness. I need you for something." Nerissa's eyes wavered. She hesitated, then slowly nodded as if reaching a decision. I don't mind if it's with you, Sir Eugene," she murmured. Eugene blinked. "What?" "I've been expecting you to ask, and I've prepared myself for it," Nerissa stammered, her face turning red. No, wait. I thought something like this might be inevitable. So instead of sleeping, I've been waiting for you to..." Eugene cut her off. "Hold on, I'm not following. You were expecting something unavoidable? And you were waiting for me? Waiting for what exactly?" Nerissa lowered her gaze. "Well, I know my body has a lot of scars, and with my missing leg, I might not be able to meet your standards, Sir Eugene." Eugene's expression twitched. Why would having scars mean you wouldn't meet my standards? Nerissa flinched, then hesitated before asking in a small voice, "Do you prefer a body with scars, Sir Eugene?" Eugene wasn't an idiot. He could guess what Nerissa was thinking. Given her past as a slave, she had likely faced unimaginable hardships, and it wasn't difficult to understand why her mind had gone in that direction. Still, that didn't stop a wave of frustration from rising within him. "Listen," Eugene said firmly, "I have no intention of crawling into your tent, and I definitely don't expect you to repay me with your body." Nerissa blinked. "Huh? Just what kind of person do you think I am?" He scoffed. "Geez, a kid like you really dares to say just about anything." Nerissa's jaw dropped. A kid? He called her a kid? She was 130 years old. "I know you've lived longer than me," Eugene admitted, "but if we're talking in human years, you're basically 13. Nerissa opened her mouth, then closed it again. After a moment, she straightened and bowed her head. I'm truly grateful, Sir Eugene," she said softly. "I told you there's nothing to be thankful for. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I'm taking you with me because I need something from you," Eugene said flatly. "The guardian of the elven village, right?" Nerissa murmured. If I do get to meet the guardian, I'll make sure to tell them how much kindness you've shown me, Sir Eugene." "Good, make sure you do," Eugene said. "I already know who that guardian bastard is, but if he tries to turn me away just because I'm human, your job is to make sure he doesn't, even if you have to throw yourself at his feet." With that, Eugene reopened his book, signaling the conversation was over. Even as he ignored her, Nerissa kept staring at him, admiration glimmering in her eyes. "With a handsome face like mine, charming elves is too easy," Eugene thought. Not that he was trying to charm her, but, well, the results spoke for themselves. The night stretched on. 5 hours later, Eugene swapped shifts with Christina and slipped into his own tent. He wasn't particularly tired, but habits from his past life reminded him, rest when you can, sleep when you get the chance. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him.
It had been a long time since he last dreamed. Most nights, he didn't dream at all. Whenever he slept, he fell into a deep, dreamless slumber, one that allowed him to wake up instantly whenever necessary. Dreams were exhausting. They left the mind more tired than before. That was why Eugene never cared for them. Happy, sad, or mundane, no dream could ever change reality. Eugene never understood why people place so much meaning on dreams. What he did know, however, was that they were nothing more than fleeting illusions. In his past life, after defeating the Demon King of Fury, his journey to face the Demon King of Incarceration had been nothing short of a nightmare. Their enemy was the second-ranked Demon King, an existence with vast armies and fearsome subordinates. Among them was the Queen of the Night Demons, Noir Giabella. Strictly speaking, she wasn't under the Demon King of Incarceration's direct command. She hadn't yet reached the level of a true Demon King, but even then, she ruled over countless night demons as their queen. Noir Giabella had tormented Eugene and his companions relentlessly. She didn't fight them directly. She haunted their dreams, attacking them night after night, eroding their minds and spirits. Because of her, Eugene had learned to hate dreams. He despised nightmares. He loathed night demons. Noir's cruelty had pushed them to their limits, in ways far worse than the Demon Kings of Carnage, Cruelty, and Fury ever had. And now, here he was. A dream. Something felt off. Eugene was fully aware that he was dreaming. This had to be a lucid dream. And yet, despite knowing it was a dream, he couldn't control anything. He could only stand there, watching. A night demon's attack? His guard went up immediately. With his past life memories intact, Eugene's mental strength was formidable, strong enough to repel ordinary dream intrusions. And yet, he hadn't even noticed the moment he was pulled into this dream. If this was the work of a night demon, it had to be an incredibly powerful one. When did it start? He had just... No. Focus. I am Eugene Lionheart, the reincarnation of Hamel Dinas from 300 years ago. I am the son of Gerhard Lionheart, the foster child of Gilead Lionheart. I am the disciple of the Red Tower Master, Levelian. His memories were intact. But this dream, it was different. It didn't have that sticky, suffocating sensation of a night demon's attack. The world around him trembled. And then, it was his first time seeing this, and yet it felt familiar. A vast underground chamber stretched before him. In the center stood a towering, muscular figure, lifting a statue several times his size. "This should be fine here," the man muttered. "What do you mean, fine?" a woman snapped. "The center is further back. No, go left. Sienna, what do you think?" Floating above, a woman let out a choked sob. "A little hick to the right? Hick? Sob? There." A single drop of liquid splashed onto the man's head. "Rain?" he muttered in wonder. "It's actually raining this far underground?" Then, as if struck by sudden realization, his eyes widened. Hamel, is that you?" His voice trembled with emotion. "Have you come to visit us from your place of rest? Are these your tears?" He smiled bitterly. "Don't cry, Hamel. I won't ever forget you." The woman sighed. "Molan, please, don't say such foolish things. The things falling on your head right now aren't raindrops. They're Sienna's tears." "Oh, I did think they were a bit too salty to be rain." Don't drink them, you stupid bastard. Why in the world are you swallowing my tears?" The woman placed a gentle hand on Sienna's shoulder. "Don't cry, Sienna. Hamel wouldn't have wanted you to weep for him." Hamel, that son of a bastard. Why did he have to die like that? Just why? He didn't need to die. If he had just turned back... Sienna's anger cracked beneath the weight of her sorrow. "Sienna." Mullen's voice was solemn. "Hamel was a great warrior, one I have no choice but to acknowledge. He was greater than I, Mullen of the Bayer tribe. Hamel, he must have wanted to die as a warrior." Sienna's grief ignited into fury. "He wanted to die as a warrior? Don't give me that Molan. Dead is dead. What does it matter if you die as a warrior? Instead of dying as a warrior, wouldn't it be better to just live as a human being?" With a sharp inhale, Eugene stood frozen, watching the scene unfold before him. This place. It wasn't unfamiliar. This was Hamel's grave, hidden deep beneath the Nahama Desert. This was the moment it was first built. Mullen drove the final stone into place, stepping back to examine the statue. As he did, a niece, her movements slow and heavy, dragged herself toward the wall. "Hamel, you have bad posture." "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" "It doesn't reflect well on all of us. I know your childhood education was cut short and that you've been a mercenary for years. But now that you're traveling with us, you need to fix your bad posture." "Why should I?" "You're really asking why. Don't you understand your position? Hamel, you're a companion of the Master of the Holy Sword, he who is recognized by the Holy Empire, Vermouth Lionheart. And I am the Holy Empire's saint, Ines Slywood. Right? And I'm Hamel Dinas. Why haven't you introduced my name? I am Molan Rur, proud warrior of the Bayer tribe, son of its chieftain, Darak Rur." "Shut up, Molan." "Idiot." "Hamel, don't you think that was too harsh? You just told him to shut up too." "But I didn't call him an idiot. Even if you're not wrong, it's still disrespectful to call a fool to their face." "I'm not an idiot. Hamel, it's not just your posture. The way you conduct yourself is flawed. You're far too vulgar. Don't you think that's a bit much? Correcting your behavior is important, but at the very least, if you keep your mouth shut, people won't immediately realize what kind of cesspit you have for a mouth. So let's start by fixing your posture. And what's wrong with you're doing it right now. Don't cross your legs. Sit up straight. Don't drag your feet when you walk. It makes an unpleasant noise. Keep your shoulders back, your chest out, and your knife. Hold it lightly, like a pen. Where in the world have you seen a maniac using a knife like an axe just to cut the meat on his plate? You're looking at one right now. In the early days of their journey, Anise had been relentless in trying to fix Hamel's crude behavior. Though his mannerisms never truly changed, her persistence had at least forced him to pick up a few basic table manners. Yet now, here she was, her own shoulders slumped, her feet dragging with each step. Every scrape against the ground echoed in the silence. Hick! She was crying. Anise Slywood, the woman who smiled even as she drove knives into her enemies' hearts, was crying for him. Almighty God of light, please protect and watch over this foolish lamb. Lead him with mercy and love on his arduous journey to his final resting place. And should darkness fall upon his path, illuminate the way forward with your light. Even as she wept, Anise carved her prayers onto the wall. Please cleanse the remnants of his burdens with your sacred flame. Instead of a path filled with suffering and despair, guide him to the gates of heaven where peace and joy await. If his deeds fall short of granting him entry, then let the cost be placed upon me, so that one day we may reunite in the same afterlife. Mullen stood before the statue that stood tall in the center of the room. His lips were pressed into a firm line as he stared up at it. And then he started taking off his clothes. Was he feeling hot? That made sense. The desert heat was relentless, and the quickest way to cool down was simply to remove his clothing. That was just how Mullen was. If he was hot, he undressed. If he was cold, he layered up. If he was hungry, he ate. If he was thirsty, he drank. And if an enemy stood before him, he charged straight ahead, no matter how strong they were. Mullen! Block them! At those words, he would rush forward without hesitation. Hamel! That was why Mullen was crying now. There was nothing complicated about it, just raw sorrow. It welled up inside him, overflowing as tears streamed down his face. I always wanted to fight you one day, to settle, once and for all, who was the greatest warrior. Mullen had always followed his instincts, but he had never once challenged Hamel to a duel. And the reason was simple. Hamel was his comrade, his friend. To truly determine who was stronger, they would have to fight without holding back. And if they did that, one or both of them could have been seriously hurt. That was something Mullen had never wanted. I never got the chance to fight you, and now I never will. But even without crossing blades, I already know the truth. Hamel, I have nothing but respect for you. You were always braver, stronger, a greater warrior than I could ever be. Sienna, without a word, floated down and sat on the ground. She had been crying since the dream began. Even now, her tears fell freely, soaking the floor beneath her. Between choked sobs, she whispered, "If you had lived, if you had just survived, that would have been enough. Hamel, we could have been happy. More than anyone else, we deserved that much." She had once told him her dream, to live a simple life, to marry, to have children, to grow old and become a grandmother. Do you know, Hamel, people call us heroes now, the ones who saved the world. Ha ha ha. Sienna wiped her reddened eyes and looked up at the statue. You would have hated that. because you were a stubborn bastard with a terrible personality. You'd curse out anyone who dared to call you a hero. Heroes? You'd scoff. How can we be heroes? Vermouth stood slightly apart from the others, gazing at the statue in silence. His expression was unreadable, an all too familiar sight to Eugene. Sienna, arms crossed, shot him a sharp glare, waiting for him to speak. "That's right," Vermouth finally said. "That was the reason for the oath. An oath that only you fully understand," Sienna muttered, frustration lacing her voice. She held her glare for a moment longer before sighing and looking away. "I'm sorry, Vermouth. I'm just too on edge right now." Vermouth didn't respond immediately. Instead, he raised a hand. "Let's write him an epitaph." With a flick of his fingers, space itself seemed to tear open. From the dark void, a large tombstone fell onto the ground with a heavy thud. "Every grave should have a memorial stone," he murmured. "Hamildinus, Sacred Calendar 421 to 459. Vermouth reached out and etched Hamel's name onto the stone. Sienna, hesitating for a moment, stepped closer. Her eyes flickered between Vermouth and the tombstone before she finally spoke. "I want to write something underneath." Vermouth nodded. "Go ahead." Gripping the stone, Sienna began to carve. He was a son of a moron, an idiot, a douche, and a piece of trash. Vermouth paused, raising an eyebrow. "If that's all you write, I don't think we can call this a proper memorial." "Then write whatever you want below it," Sienna shot back. "I'll go next." Milan, his face still streaked with tears, stood up and approached. He looked at the words already inscribed and nodded. "You're not wrong. Hamel was a son of a bastard, an idiot, a douche, and a piece of trash," Milan admitted. Then, with a deep breath, he continued. "But he was also brave. And beyond that, he was loyal. He might have been an idiot, but he was wise. He was great." Each of them took their turn, adding their words to the memorial stone. Once the stone was set in place before the statue, Vermouth broke the silence. "Let's move the coffin." He turned toward the coffin resting behind them. "I'll carry it," Mullen offered, stepping forward. But Vermouth shook his head. "Number, let me." Before an argument could break out, Anise interjected. "Don't be ridiculous. You're not doing this alone. We should all carry it together." Sienna nodded. "Milan, get down." Molan frowned. "Why?" "You're too tall. If we try to carry the coffin with you standing, it'll be uneven. Get on your hands and knees, and we'll place the coffin on your back so we can lift it from the sides." Molan blinked. "You want me to crawl with the coffin on my back? A warrior shouldn't be creeping on the ground. Can't you do at least that much for Hamel?" Milan hesitated, then nodded. "Well, if it's for Hamel..." Just as he started kneeling, Sienna panicked and kicked him in the shin. "That was a joke. Idiot. There's no need for you to crawl on the floor. Just bend down a little so we can lift it together," she huffed. Mullen grumbled but complied, and together they prepared to carry their fallen comrade. The dream trembled. Anise's gaze sharpened. "Sienna, that necklace..." Sienna hesitated. "The coffin. Number. I'll take it with me." "That goes against the agreement." "Haven't we already decided on this?" Sienna's grip on the necklace tightened as the dream quaked around them. "After we create the world Hamel wanted to see, then I'll give it to him." "Oh Lord," Anise clasped her hands in prayer. "Please turn away from this act. And if you cannot overlook it, then place any further burdens upon my shoulders so that we may all ascend to heaven together. That way, allow us to reunite once more in the same place." Sienna's voice was quiet. "Anise, Do you really think we can all reach heaven? Anice's expression was unwavering. If we cannot, then who in this world could possibly be worthy? Molon shifted uneasily. But our tribe's afterlife, it may not be the same as the god of light's heaven. It makes no difference. Heaven, all heavens lead to the same place. We will meet again in paradise. And if that isn't possible, Anice's voice softened as she ran a hand over the white coffin, a sad smile forming on her lips. Then that just means God does not exist. Ah, Eugene's eyes snapped open. For a moment, he simply stared at the ceiling of his tent, his mind still clouded by remnants of the dream. Slowly, he sat up. Bro! The cloak of darkness was draped over him like a blanket. Yet, inexplicably, the holy sword Altair had emerged from the cloak, its hilt resting in his hand. Why am I holding it in my hand? That was Eugene's first thought upon waking. After retrieving it from the treasure vault, he had only swung the holy sword a few times to test its feel, but had never actually used it in battle. The reason was simple. It was too conspicuous. Even just holding the ornate ceremonial sword made it stand out, and when infused with mana, it shone brilliantly. The tribes of Samar were savage and greedy, but they weren't the only dangers lurking there. Outside of Helmuth, Eugene had confidence in his ability to protect himself anywhere, but he preferred not to draw attention until he had accomplished his goals. That was why he had used a fake identity card and dyed his gray hair black with magic. Altair might be the only holy sword in existence, but he had no intention of drawing it in Samar. So he had kept it hidden in his cloak, never once taking it out. And yet, why was he holding Altair now? Had it somehow fallen out while he was sleeping? Or could he unknowingly have a sleepwalking disorder, or even an obsessive-compulsive habit of drawing weapons in his sleep in dangerous places? That couldn't be it. Feeling unsettled, Eugene rubbed the corners of his eyes with his fingertips. At least he hadn't cried. Perhaps that was because he had already shed enough tears on his first visit to the grave. But even without tears, his emotions hadn't settled. Though awake, the memories of the dream still clung to him, vivid and unyielding. It had felt like he had truly been with his old companions again. Then again, I was there. His own corpse had been present in that scene. It was lying in the coffin. But was that really just a dream? A delusion? It had felt too real. Sienna, Molon, Anise, Vermouth, just as he remembered them. Their expressions, their actions, all matched what he had imagined when first seeing the statue and memorial stone at his grave. But doesn't that just make it more likely that it was all in my head? If the dream wasn't his imagination, if that moment had truly happened 300 years ago, then why was he seeing it now? Was it you? He muttered, staring at Altair. This hadn't been a night demon's attack. Those creatures didn't create dreams like this. If it had been, he would have realized it in his sleep. Fine then. Eugene understood one thing now. The dream hadn't been meant to break his will. Instead, it had shown Hamel, a moment that had taken place after his death. And when he woke up, he was holding Altair. Was this a revelation? He lifted the holy sword, examining it. Altair gave no response. I don't even believe in gods. Would he really send a revelation to someone like me? Besides, this wasn't how he imagined a revelation to be. Shouldn't it be more dramatic, forewarning of some future event? But the dream had shown him the past. A past from 300 years ago. Eugene muttered to himself, I don't know what this means. What are you trying to tell me? Sienna, that necklace. I'll take it with me. That goes against the agreement. Haven't we all already agreed on this? after creating the world that Hamo wanted to see, allow us all to meet once again in the same place. Someday, we will be able to meet each other again in the world you longed for. We will surely reunite in paradise. If that isn't possible, then that just means God does not exist. Eugene tightened his grip on the necklace. Sienna had taken it, prompting Anise to argue that doing so went against their agreement. Yet Sienna had insisted that everyone had already agreed. And yet that necklace, once in Sienna's possession, had somehow ended up in the Lionheart clan's treasure vault. Found you. Just what was going on? If they were going to show him something, they could have at least made it clear. You could have shown me something I didn't already figure out myself, Eugene thought bitterly. But what had happened between Sienna and Vermouth? What promise had Vermouth made with the Demon Kings? Where had they all ended up? Were Vermouth, Sienna, Anise, and Mullen still alive? Frustration boiled within him. He tucked Altair back into his cloak and stepped out of the tent. Something else was simmering outside, a clear soup filled with vegetables and mushrooms. Nerissa was tending to the pot. Technically, Christina, as the one on last watch, was responsible for breakfast, but she had left the cooking to Nerissa while she sat in the warm sunlight, offering her morning prayers. "Was it you?" Eugene asked abruptly. Christina blinked, taken aback. "What are you talking about? Did you enter my tent while I was asleep?" Christina's eyes narrowed. How shameless. "Sir Eugene, what kind of person do you take me for? Why would I sneak into your tent?" Indeed, there was no reason for her to do so. If she had entered his tent and searched his cloak, Eugene would have noticed. Shifting the topic, he pointed out, "You're supposed to be handling morning duties." "I was going to, but Nerissa offered to help." "That's not just helping, she's doing all of it." "I provided the ingredients and cooking tools." Eugene scoffed. "I'm the one who gathered those. I even picked the mushrooms." Christina remained unfazed. "Sir Eugene, let's not dwell on trivial matters. But really, what's with you this morning? First, you randomly suspect me, then accuse me of something ridiculous. Could it be that you saw me in your dreams?" A small smile played on her lips. That expression made Eugene recall Anise from his dream. Their uncanny resemblance was becoming a problem. Still, his answer came without hesitation. No. Anise and Christina were different people. Even so, the thought lingered. Could Christina be Anise's descendant? Maybe it was because he had seen Anise crying in his dream, but Eugene felt like he should treat Christina with a little more kindness. Before that, though, he had questions about the Holy Sword. Casting a spell to block the sound so Nerissa wouldn't hear, Eugene asked, "Hey, about the Holy Sword, does it ever move on its own?" In his previous life, it had never shown any sign of doing so. Christina looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "Ah!" Her expression suddenly shifted as realization dawned in her eyes. She pressed her hands together at her chest, gazing up at Eugene with reverence. "Sir Eugene, could it be that you have received a divine revelation?" Christina asked. Eugene hesitated before replying. "No. I think I was just lost in thought." Christina, however, was certain. "Then, the Holy Sword must have conveyed the voice of our God to you, Sir Eugene." Eugene immediately dismissed the idea. "That wasn't the voice of your God, it was—" "Sir Eugene." Christina cut him off, her tone gentle yet firm. "Please do not ignore the truth within your own heart. You might claim that you don't believe in God, but deep inside, your faith is undeniable. Stop fooling yourself. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." When have I ever felt embarrassed? It is natural for people to fear the darkness and shrink away from it. The forest stretched endlessly, every inch of it teeming with danger. Yet, despite its perilous nature, the tribes that called it home were bound together by a complex web of mutual interests. The Garung were undoubtedly a ruthless people, but that didn't mean they could simply invade another tribe's territory at will. The laws that governed the tribes ensured a delicate balance of power. If the Garung wanted to maintain their status as a tribe of Samar, they needed to abide by these laws. However, Ujicha, the chief warrior of the Garung, had no intention of doing so. This fearsome, bald brute was as ambitious as he was muscular. Those born in the forest were fated to live and die within it. That was the way of things. Yet, like most tribes, the Garung maintained some ties with influential figures from the outside world. Their key contact beyond the forest was Count Kobol of the Sea Kingdom, Shimuin. The Garung tribe had control over a small mine that, just a few years prior, had begun producing mithril. This immediately drew the greedy gaze of Count Kobol, who desired not just the high-quality mithril, but the mine itself. If mithril had surfaced, then other precious ores might be hidden below, waiting to be unearthed. But developing a mine wasn't as simple as swinging a pickaxe. The forest-born tribes, skilled in hunting but unversed in mining, lacked the knowledge to extract anything beyond basic iron ore for weapons and tools. Count Kobol was even willing to bring in dwarven craftsmen to develop the mine properly. However, no matter how eager the Count was, the Garung tribe refused to sell the land their ancestors had claimed, nor would they permit outsiders to work it. The previous chieftain had been unwavering in this decision, but the old man was nearing the end of his days. Ujicha saw his chance. He would seize power, dethrone the chieftain, and sell the mine for a fortune. Unlike his predecessors, Ujicha had no intention of growing old and withering away in this wretched forest. Strength faded with age, but wealth remained eternal. By securing Count Kobol's favor, Ujicha planned to leave the forest behind. He dreamed of crossing the vast sea and living in opulence, surrounded by the splendor of a shining city. To secure his future, however, he was forced to indulge the repulsive whims of the pampered brat beside him. Ujicha neither respected nor understood the noble's depraved desires, but he had no choice but to obey. When Ujicha seized control of the tribe and announced his willingness to sell the mine, Count Kobol had responded by sending his sworn knights, along with his own son, to Samar. Dajarang Kobol, the Count's son, resembled a pig awkwardly walking on two legs. Yet, in Ujicha's eyes, this piglet had wings. If he could satisfy Dajarang's endless cravings, those wings would carry him toward his long-awaited escape. Dajarang was obsessed with the one-legged elf and furious over their failure to capture her. He ranted and mocked the warriors, calling them fools for letting a single elf slip through their grasp. Then, in his frustration, he insisted on joining the hunt himself, claiming he could no longer rely on their incompetence. Their failure to catch up to the elf, even after 3 days, could largely be blamed on the insufferable noble. Every few steps he would complain about the heat. When placed on a wolf's back, he would throw a tantrum about the smell. If they increased their pace even slightly, he would shriek about his stomach churning. Were he not the Count's son, he would have been dead already. Each time, Ujicha felt the urge to slit the brat's throat. Braun, the knight accompanying Dajarang, would step in to pacify him. "Just bear with it a little longer," Braun assured him. "I'll make sure the Count knows how much you endured to keep his son content." Ujicha eyed him warily. "And you're certain it's worth it?" Braun chuckled darkly. "Absolutely. The Count values capable men, and with your skills as the chief warrior, along with the generous gifts you've prepared for the young master, ha ha ha. Trust me, the Count will hold you in high regard. Fine then. If you're still hesitant, let's do this instead. Before you finalize the sale of the mine, make a trip to Shimuin at least once. I'll personally introduce you to some of the noble ladies I keep company with. These aren't just any women, they all come from aristocratic families, the kind that could elevate a man's status overnight. And with a warrior like you, someone as strong and ambitious as you, I have no doubt that at least one of them would be interested. If you can successfully build a relationship with one of them, well, that would make things much easier for you. You might just find yourself rising to nobility in an instant. These enticing words softened the edges of Ujicha's simmering rage. He clenched his fists, then slowly released them. Right, he just needed to be patient for a little while longer. His plans stretched far beyond this wretched forest, and there was no point in losing his temper now. Their pursuit of the thieves might not have gone as swiftly as expected, but it wasn't a complete loss. They had still managed to track down traces of those who had dared to steal what rightfully belonged to the Gurung tribe. "Lord Ujicha," a scout suddenly called out, emerging from the dense foliage ahead. His breathing was steady, but his expression held a hint of tension. "There's someone waiting for us up ahead. A young man, unknown to us." Ujicha's brows furrowed slightly. Is he from the Yabang tribe? Right now, they were in Yabang territory. If anyone was blocking their way, it was most likely a Yabang warrior sent to confront them. Given that nearly 100 of his own warriors had marched unannounced into these lands, it was only natural for the Yabang to react. The Yabang tribe wasn't weak. They were not a people who needed to bow their heads before the Garung. If the two tribes clashed, both sides would suffer losses, and neither could afford that. However, once they heard the circumstances, the Yabang should allow them to continue their pursuit. After all, this was not just any minor dispute. Warriors of the Garung tribe had been slaughtered, and their rightful prey had been stolen. Even if the Yabang were displeased by the Garung's failure to send an emissary before marching through their land, Ujicha didn't care. He had no intention of following the archaic rules of the forest. What did the balance between the tribes matter to him? He had already set his sights far beyond these trees. But the scout shook his head. "No, Lord Ujicha. He's not Yabang." A slow smirk spread across Ujicha's face. If he wasn't a Yabang warrior, then who was he? A companion of the thieves, then, Ujicha mused aloud, his voice laced with amusement. Maybe they've finally realized they can't escape and decided to leave someone behind to slow us down. His smirk widened into a bloodthirsty grin as he swung himself onto the back of his massive black wolf. The beast let out a low, guttural growl, eager to chase down fresh prey. "These bastards are getting arrogant," Ujicha muttered. "Just because they managed to kill a few of my warriors, they think they can stop me?" It didn't matter if the boy up ahead was a thief or not. He was in their way. And in this forest, anything that blocked Ujicha's path could only meet one fate: obliteration. As he prepared to ride forward, a familiar, nasally voice whined from behind him. "When are you going to catch the elf?" Ujicha's jaw tensed. His hands clenched into fists before he forced himself to relax and turned toward the source of the complaint. There, perched under a large canopy of trees, was the walking abomination that he had to tolerate: Dajarang Kobal, son of Count Kobal. The fat noble sat slumped in his cushioned seat, a silk cloth pressed against his sweat-soaked forehead. His bloated form jiggled slightly as he shifted, his thick fingers adorned with extravagant golden rings. "I don't understand why this is taking so long," Dajarang grumbled, glaring at Ujicha with beady, pig-like eyes. "I thought you were supposed to be a great warrior, so why am I still waiting?" Ujicha's lips twitched. He could kill him. Right here. Right now. And no one would miss him. But then he exhaled, forcing a smile as he replied, "It seems that a comrade of the thieves is waiting for us ahead, young master. If we deal with him, we'll be able to find the elf much faster." Dajarang scrunched his face in displeasure. "Why should I care about that? I don't want to go anywhere. It's too hot." "We're all heading there together," Ujicha said, his voice holding a dangerous edge. "If we capture this boy, the elf will soon be within your grasp. But if you stay behind, then our pursuit may take much longer." Dajarang let out a heavy sigh, then groaned as he struggled to push himself up from his chair. The entire process took longer than Ujicha had patience for, but he said nothing. Finally, Dajarang waddled toward him. "Fine, but this better be quick, I'm tired of waiting." Ujicha didn't bother responding. In truth, he was looking forward to what came next. If this unknown boy ahead was foolish enough to stand in his way, then Ujicha would make an example of him. By slaughtering the boy in front of Dajarang, he could send a message, a warning. If the brat still planned to whine and make demands of Ujicha, he needed to understand exactly who he was dealing with. A sharp, wolfish grin spread across Ujicha's face. "Kia!" he called out. A chorus of howls answered him as dozens of wolves surged forward, tearing through the dense jungle. The hunt was back on.